Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the inaugural episode of Late Night Toast. I am your host, Toasty, and if you didn't see anything about this, well, this concept is real simple. We're gonna watch some YouTube videos. Tonight we just got one, but it's a long one set up. And you guys can call in from the Discord link in the description of this video, and we can have a conversation. And that's really it. We're gonna talk about the video, and yeah, that is really it. Um, Without further ado, we are going to go ahead and get started. The video we have on for tonight is GooseBoose's Traumathon Trilogy Mega Compilation, and we're just, I figured it's that time of year. It's the spooky season, if you will. And hang on, because my headset just died. We're having technical difficulties. Please stand by. Alrighty, and we are back. Without further ado, we are just going to go ahead and hop into it. And with that, we are going to go ahead and start the video for the night. This is a horrible first start for this, honestly, because I have never played Resident Evil 4. Uh, I have actually, I'm going to expose myself real quick. I have never played an actual Resident Evil from start to finish. Oh, no, I take that back. I've played Operation Raccoon City. That is the only Resident Evil I've ever played from the start, and it's the only one I've ever finished. Outside of that, I have played 5 at my dad's friend's house and 7. So I cannot really relate to this, to be 100% honest with you. And I just acknowledged that there is no audio coming, so hang on there, buckaroonies. And I just acknowledged that there is no audio coming, so hang on there, buckaroonies.
To fight him again. What makes Dr. Salvador even scarier is the fact that he's used sparingly. He's only encountered a handful of times, and each encounter is spaced out far enough that you'd end up thinking he'll never show up again. But then, oh shit, there he is! Though I will admit that he suffers a diminishing effect with each encounter, and it doesn't help that by the end of the game, you're just a walking, talking incel soldier with guns for days, making the encounters in the end trivial. So, sure, while maybe in your eyes, Dr. Salvador ain't much compared to other horrifying characters in gaming, in my eyes...
Alright, and we fixed it, I think. Should be fixed.
I've ever had in any game. Hell, they even tried to replicate this with a different enemy type in Resident Evil 5, but it just wasn't the same. I mean, it's not the fact that he is some weird dude with a chainsaw and a sack over his head that makes him scary. It was the idea that he was defined by those around him. Dr. Salvador never got a cutscene that...
And my headset is weirdly doing weird things.
Dedicated to him, where he has a giant massive chainsaw over his head screaming like a banshee like this dude does.
That was strange. We are having way more technical difficulties than I expected. And it's cutting in and out.
And crawl instantly like, oh shit, he's still dead, like, I mean alive. It really makes you wonder when he's going to show up again. It's a constant fear, constant anxiety that he could be lurking around the corner, somewhere deep within the caves or within the hallways, and you just won't hear him until it's too late. Honorable mention, by the way, to the Chainsaw Sisters. They were fucking nuts. Goddamn, I am never taking that route. Creepypastas are a shell of what they once used to be. Oh my god. Actually, can I just break the mold real quick about the whole Traumathon thing? While I was researching old ass creepypastas, dude, visiting that website is horrible. There are so many ads that it has slowed down my browser significantly, and I swear I have viruses sneaking around the corners of my heart.
And all of this is honestly, he's not wrong about it. All of that is exactly why whenever I was doing the creepypasta videos, I was looking into like Mr. Creepypasta or like audiobook uploads. Like I never actually went and read the story myself. I just listened to the audiobook version because of this.
Hard drive right now. That place is cancer for your fucking computer. Don't go to creepypasta.com. It is really, really bad. Anyways, back to Traumathon. I'm sure nowadays people still make some pretty good creepypastas out there, but for the most part, it seems that the short story horror genre has adapted to many different things. You know, you can call them creepypastas, SCPs, true stories from Reddit, ARGs, whatever. They're still just creepypastas.
I would
but
definitely
with the immense
say
popularity
that the kids that were really into creepypastas, as they evolved and they grew up, they are now what you would call, or they're really like, it's the guys that are doing the ARGs and what do you call them? Let's go completely blank. Analog horror. That's it. So like I very much feel like that was the evolution of everything that could be an ARG or an analog horror now. There's a good chance it probably would have worked as a creepypasta 10 years ago. That's what I was trying to say.
creepypastas have garnered, it was only a matter of time till the format was exhausted of all creativity and talent. Like I said, I'm sure there are still diamonds in the rough nowadays, but creepypastas are now more associated with memes online. Nobody takes them seriously nowadays, but back then
That is
they
true.
were top notch.
Which is upsetting because there are
So
some
I
really
thought,
good ones out there.
anyways.
If I think the last great one I read was Baraska. If you have not read or listened to Baraska, go and do it. It's one of the newer ones. I don't know exactly when it came. Actually, hang on, we can look that up real quick. Baraska creepypasta. When did Baraska come out? 2015. Hang on. Is this stories about to take place in? Yep, yeah. This is I think this is the original posting. Yeah, 2015, from good old No Sleep. Probably one of, if not the best creepypasta I've ever read. And the sequel or like continuation piece to it is also just as good. Well, and maybe not just as good, but it's still good. And that's probably the last good one that came out, if I'm being honest with you.
Yeah, actually, looking back on them now, creepypastas were never really that good. But to an edgy, pretentious teenage mind, this was golden. I assure you, though, if you actually look back on a lot of these creepypastas, especially the more well-known ones, you'll probably be shocked at how bad they were.
They were
for
cringe.
example, Jeff the Killer, a story that so many people remember just for the scary image. And I won't lie, that image is terrifying. Like, that shit gave all of my friends nightmares. Not me, though. You know, I'm tough as fuck. You know, men who wear bows are chads, you know, take it from me. I am an orgasmic god. Oh, where was I? All right, the Virgin Jeff. Reading his story is actually kind of funny. The way the story is structured feels like it was definitely written by a teenage angsty kid who doesn't really know how to write a book but thinks it's really simple and, you know, who cares, right? Authors are just nerds. They don't know how to write. I can write a better story.
So, honestly, that is 100% true. Honestly, don't even go back and read the story. The best way to experience the original Jeff the Killer story is from the Internet Historian's Sundance Rejects, where they actually just read the story. Like, it's literally verbatim read, and it's phenomenally hilarious. It really highlights just how bad it is.
Or even this Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. It's not even that scary. Where's the jump scares and the hyper-realistic gore and stuff? He describes the first attack, which makes Jeff the Killer seem like a ninja. But with him lunging at his first victim, throwing his knife at his father with clean precision. It's so weird. Also, apparently Jeff talks? I never actually read this story, but seeing him talk is just so jarring because he pretty much talks exactly what I would expect an angsty teenager to sound like. He's being yelled at by his parents. He's talking back to his parents. He's not even being like edgy. You know, he's just saying like typical teenage boy stuff that someone would say to their parents. It's so funny, like reading him talk. You know for a fact, Jeff grew up to be some incel who's watching the Joker right now thinking about how it's his manifesto or some shit. Like, that is the kind of character Jeff the Killer is, and it is so fucking hilarious. But his iconic thing that makes his creepypasta so memorable is the psychotic smile. That's literally the only reason why Jeff is popular. It's because of this image, and because weeaboo teenage girls just love smiling psychotic characters with hoodies for some reason. I don't know. Something about a hoodie is just orgasmic for little girls. I just don't get it, really. Overall, Jeff the Killer is just a power fantasy story about kids who just want to kill their bullies and their shitty parents. I don't know, because there is a point where he has to kill his bullies because they have guns or something. And keep in mind, they're like 13 or 14 years old. They have guns and pointing at his parents. And he's like, no, I'll save them. And he kills them all. Bleach goes on his face or something like that. And then he kills his parents anyways.
It is
so it's
such
like,
a god-awful story.
It's dumb. Please
It
stop.
is
Stop
embarrassingly
fantasizing about this dumbass
horrible.
white kid. Speaking of dumb attires, Slender Man, he'll hit you with his big old hand. Slender Man is another edgelord creation from the creepypasta community. While his story is pretty vague, what with it just talking about this mythical cryptid that lasted for an eternity, Slender Man didn't really take off until Marble Hornets decided to run with its IP. Marble Hornets, if you're not aware of, by the way, is a web story based on the Slender Man lore. It stars Jay, a young man who's trying to find out the mystery behind Marble Hornets, which is
hot take, or I don't even know if you can say hot take. So Slender Man is probably the classic creepypasta that stuck in my memory the most when I was younger. It's definitely the one that I had the most nightmares about. And honestly, I still really like the idea of Slender Man. I think the concept is really cool. I think the character is neat. And I was really excited, first seeing him because of the, it was basically seeing a modern, version of a cryptid being formed in real time. And if you ask me, give it 20, 30 years, Slender Man will be seen as a cryptid. He will be seen in the same vein as something like the Mothman, Bigfoot, the Flatwoods Monster. He's just going to be another cryptid for people to tell stories about. Or probably more like the Clifton Bunny Man, something more niche and obscure like that. And that's what I really like about his character, is because it's vague enough to where that can be a thing. And because media that's based on it is just so god-awful and it'll be forgotten by time, i.e. the movie, you're not going to have that. It's gonna be the weirdness of them. It's gonna be the vagueness that people remember and that people love, and that's what's gonna make it so good. That's what's gonna make him basically stand the test of time, if you will.
Which is an incomplete film shot by his friend Alex, who just never got around to finishing it. I'll talk more about that later whenever I can in Traumathon. So just keep an eye out for that video later on. For now, all you need to know is that when the series launched,
despite me being such a big fan of
much more depth.
Despite being such a big fan of the Slender Man and the idea of it, I've never actually finished Marble Hornets, and that's probably a series I'm gonna have to watch at some point. Why I haven't already, I don't know, but it will be.
And horror to the Slender Man mythos. It established the whole wonky camera effect that happens whenever he's around. It grounded his identity, explained
And if you're
why
joining the
he
view
exists
or
who
stream,
works for him.
welcome.
And it even added its own flavor into the horror mythos that made Slender Man far scarier than the original content, which was just Slender Man at his base level. However, the people behind Marble Hornets just elevated him, made more monsters, and it was really well made, to be honest. It basically just adds story that lacked flavor in the original. Even though the creators have stated that the monster in their story isn't actually Slender Man. Yeah, right. That's not Slender. Okay, sure. Speaking of people trying to save their asses from copyright, Suicide Squid. or Squidward Suicide. Did I say Suicide Squid? Like Suicide Squad? Alright, sure, let's run with that. Let's just run with that. Anyways, you all know the story, I'm sure. But if you don't know, let me run it down for you. Some intern at Nickelodeon
I
somehow got this magical privilege of getting into the magical
really
closet full of SpongeBob
They were-
episodes. I guess they needed to get there because they
at
needed to
first
archive an
with
episode or something like
what do you
that,
call
whatever.
it? Like, because I remember one of the first creepypastas I ever saw was like the Ed and Eddie theory about them all being in purgatory, and then that was like the first one. It blew my mind. I was like, oh my god, this is like the realest thing in the world. And then they all just kind of, I really like those weird theory ones. There's the one like SpongeBob about like them all being the 7 deadly sins or whatever, and then the Rugrats theory. And they just blew my like 13-year-old mind. I was like, no way, this is this is it now, guys. And as like the last episode ones came out, I was like, these. Like, even back then, I didn't think they were very good. I thought most of them were just kind of bad, just not good. And I will hold true to that statement and that factual of like all the creepypastas that are bad. Anything that's a lost episode is the absolute worst, and that is just the truth.
Who cares? Anyways, they find Squidward's suicide and they watch it. It was a normal episode until suddenly there was hyper-realistic Squidward with hyper-realistic eyes, and Squidward was hyper-realistic, so realistic, and everyone in the crowd had bloody, realistic eyes, and they were also hyper-real, etc., etc., you know. And then suddenly the footage just gratuitously shifts to, like, footage of child blank, something I can't say because it'll get demonetized, and dead babbies. I'm trying to like avoid demonetization here. Give me a break. So all this horrifying gore, hyper-realistic stuff, and blood and guts, and yeah, it's just a typical SpongeBob episode, honestly. Nothing too special. Actually, interesting enough, this was the very first creepypasta I ever read, and me being the dumbass that I was, believe this to be 100% true without question. I mean, keep in mind, I think a good chunk of the audience believed creepypastas were real, mainly because we were all just dumb brats that have never actually experienced this stuff before.
That is very
like
true.
Goosebumps, but with hyper-realistic eyes and blood, and made by people
that is an
that
accurate
we
take
didn't
on
even
why
know.
creepypastas were so popular. We kids, especially lost episode creepypastas, kids are dumb, and I say this because I was a dumb kid, and we all just kind of bought into it for no reason whatsoever. We had absolutely no reason to believe this. Like I was in 7th or 8th grade when creepypasta started taking off, and I still, for some reason, I don't know. But then again, I'm also dumb though.
That had a book, it was people who were recounting their stories as if they were real life. Oh, and just so I don't get too off track here, I'm pretty sure that the Squidward suicide creepypasta just popularized the whole hyper-realistic eyes and blood, mainly because SpongeBob is well known for having hyper-realistic shots in the show, so I'm assuming the writer of the creepypasta just made that into the scary element of the story. So when other people did the whole hyper-realistic eyes and various EXE creepypastas, it didn't really make sense because it just was comical to think a video game can be hyper-realistic, as if that technology exists or something like that. Speaking of which, let's get on to the EXE creepypastas. No kidding, this is my favorite format of the creepypasta genre, I guess. Something about finding a ROM-hacked game that was cursed was just something that was very appealing to me, I guess, because I was a
EXE games are... It still blows my mind how Sonic.exe is as popular as he is and has lasted as long as he has, because it's just not good. Ironically enough, I think the only two I can name off the top of my head that would be constituted as good are the Godzilla game, I guess you could say 3, Ben Drowned, but Ben Drowned got really weird with just like how expansive it got, and was it Mario by Slime Beast, which was actually just a shitpost. The guy made a shitpost to comment on how horrible video game creepypastas are, and it inadvertently became one of the best ones. But these, I think it's mostly just because of the Sonic.exe that like just made me go, why were these popular? You know, like it's just that weird feeling of that, if that makes sense.
Gamer girl back then. Essentially, all EXE stories start off with this kid or man baby who goes to a garage sale buying a game for nostalgic reasons or some bullshit, and sometimes the garage seller would be very worried or would be a bit off as soon as they purchased the one cursed game that they didn't want them to buy, even though it was clearly there, like plain as day. I don't know why you would want to sell it if you didn't want anybody to buy it. Hello? Anyways, but then they'd come back home.
That was always a weird trope, but Ben
and then
Drowned
the game
is
would
also
talk.
the only creepypasta I remember having that trope. I wouldn't even call it a trope. I would just call it like the setup from I don't know. Ben Drown is the only one I remember having that setup, so I don't really fully agree with that. And I didn't really think it was because it was pretty well executed in that. It was just the old man just seemed a little weird in it. That was all.
To them, or turn off, or it would have a jump scare or some other bullshit. This leads to the kid thinking, oh, I just saw Sonic get drenched in hyper-realistic blood, and that's weird, but I'm sure it's nothing, or something that stupid. Oh god, it was so dumb. But I seriously loved it. Again, it was appealing to think that this could happen in real life, or to anyone. And when the stories were cringy, well, I benefited from that too, because that gave me entertainment, because it was just really fucking funny. Like the Godzilla EXE creepypasta about that one dude's dead girlfriend or whatever. God, that was so stupid. Oh my god, I loved it. Yeah, throughout all the dumb shit creepypasta has provided, the one EXE creepypasta I absolutely loved was Ben Drowned. Now that's a story for another day, but man, Ben Drowned lived in another world of its own. It had gameplay footage, scary storytelling, a scary lore.
Now I think the reason why Ben Drowned was so popular is obviously it's because of the gameplay footage. I think another aspect of it was kind of the first to do a lot of the weird tropes that it does, like a lot of the weird things that kind of became standard, like characters acting out of place. Just weird corrupt files, just kind of this almost demonic vibe coming from the game. Ben Drown was the first one to kind of do all of that, so it gets a pass with a lot of it. And I think that's why it kind of maintained its relevancy for so long, and people just kind of enjoy it so much, because it set the baseline, and unfortunately everyone tried to copy it in a half-assed way.
A pretty interactive ARG that was actually really, really fun and cool. It redefined the way we looked at the game and the way we listened to the music. It was a brilliant piece of work, and I'd argue one of the best creepypastas ever made. Seriously. Now, there's a lot I haven't mentioned. Really, really popular ones like The Rake, Herobrine, Laughing Jack, the Russian sleep experiment, Tiki Toby, which is something I never actually...
Shit, hang on, let me back up. I'm gonna give hot takes on each of these.
Jack, I haven't. One of the best creepypastas ever made. Seriously. Now, there's a lot I haven't mentioned. Really, really popular ones like The Rake.
The Rake is up there with Slender Man. My opinion of Slender Man is the same for The Rake. Give it 10 to 30 years, The Rake will be seen as a cryptid. Like, just the same bar. Like, it will be in the same field as something like the Swamp Ape. The Flatwoods Monster. It will be seen as a cryptid, and you're gonna have an Animal Planet, or not an Animal Planet, a History Channel show dedicated to hunting the Rake. That's what's gonna become of it.
Herobrine.
I really like the idea of Herobrine. Herobrine was, because I don't know, the idea of a super low chance spawning. If you don't know the original Herobrine story, the reason why it was so viable is because it came out when Minecraft first came out. And people didn't know if it was real or not, because the odds of a mob that had a super low chance of spawning and all it did was fuck with your world and look like that, was no one knew if it was real or not. And it's a really cool concept to have in a game. And then they kind of ruined it with the whole Notch's dead brother thing. So that kind of ruined it. But just the concept alone of Herobrine is still really cool to me.
Laughing Jack.
Laughing Jack is cringe. Laughing Jack is post Jeff the Killer, edgy Tumblr sexy man, like horror story cringe.
The Russian sleep.
The Russian sleep experiment is up there as one of the greatest creepypastas I've ever read. It is still good. It still holds up. It is a concept that just works so well, and I would love to see a film based on the idea of it.
Sleep experiment, Tiki Toby, which...
Tiki Toby, same thing as Laughing Jack. It is a post Jeff the Killer, Tumblr sexy man bullshit.
Is something I never actually read, but I heard it's really popular. Sonic.exe.
I will never understand why Sonic.exe was popular. And it is gold tier, just trash. It it's almost so bad it's good. Like that's where I would put it. It's like the room of creepypastas. That is what Sonic.exe is. It is just so horrible. You can't help but just like admire the lack of competence that went behind making it makes it competent, if that makes sense.
The Tails doll.
The Tails doll genuinely terrified me when I was a kid. Full stop. I didn't have Sonic R. I think that was a little bit before my time, but I remember reading like it was a copy pasta that like it was like one of those like forward this to five people where you'll die tonight about the Tails doll, and that was like one of the first things. Actually, that might have that was man. I was probably 10 when I saw that, and it terrified. I don't even remember where I saw it, but I saw it when I was like 10, and it terrified me. And well, wow, maybe that was my first introduction to creepypastas. I take it back. It wasn't. Well, I didn't know it at the time. It wasn't called creepypastas at the time, but it genuinely terrified me because it was just I was a little kid. I didn't know any better, and just the Tails doll itself just looked fucking creepy. But it's still weird because I don't know if I mentioned this or not. No one really knows where it came from, like the origin of the story, and it's just one of those things, I don't know. It's not as bad as Sonic EXE, but it's not. It's just there.
All sorts of other stories, but to be frank, most of these stories haven't really aged well. Either some of these stories ended up being memes like Herobrine or Sonic.exe, or they're just needlessly long and boring like Sleep Experiment. Either way, none of them have really aged well, at least in my opinion. I still love Ben Drowned, and while this one technically doesn't count, I believe username 666 is still a fantastic video. Not the shitty creepypasta, mind you. The video made by Nana, who is a fantastic horror artist
Nana
and
really
content
is good.
creator.
Like if you like horror stuff and you've never seen anything that Nana made, go give it a watch. Do not listen to anything else. Do not dig or dive into it at all. Just go click on some. It's weird because if you go look at Nana's channel now, it's like a weird mix of what do you call it? He's got like a weird mix of like it's a weird mix of horror stuff, and like a little bit of like in Minecraft. Yeah, it's Minecraft and like horror. And then obviously like I think this is the how-to video for how he made the and then like he's got some like how-to videos behind his stuff. Do not look into it anything past what I'm showing you now. Just go watch Nana if you've never seen anything of theirs. It's genuinely terrifying content.
Creepypasta was made literally to ride on the success of Nana's video, but the video itself, it still holds up, and it's still really good. But that's the beauty of creepypastas. A lot of them, while the storytelling lacks in flavor or writing skills in general, a lot of them are amazing simply because of the fact of the concept. The concepts were always the creepy aspects of it, like a cursed video game, or a cursed doll, or cursed video footage, etc. Take for example Squidward Suicide. After 10 plus years of being on the internet, it finally shows up in an episode of SpongeBob SquarePants. Like, it was actually acknowledged by someone in the show and was put into an episode. Let's also not forget the countless games that were produced that were literally inspired by creepypastas or the show channels.
Big part of like what made what made a lot of these things like scary was the concept, because most of these stories, he's right, they're not like most you go and you actually read, because the problem with I'll use Slenderman as an example. Slenderman was very vague when he first became a thing, like super duper vague, and there were no like set written rules. There still aren't. It's very much a people just kind of made shit up as they went along and like have different ideas and canons. That's why you have so many different versions of the character. And that's kind of like a good and bad thing, because you had some people that are like, oh yeah, he messes with footage. You have other people that's like, oh, he has tentacles. There are some stories where he talks. I remember there's a creepypasta out there. I cannot remember what it's called, but this is a real thing. It is about Hitler in his bunker in the final hours of the invasion of Berlin. The Soviets are beating down the door, and he's sitting there having a conversation with Slenderman before he shoots himself. Like, that is a creepypasta that's out there, and obviously some people like the idea of Slenderman talking, some people don't. Um, Really, it's yeah, I don't know. Internet in 2010s was wild. That's really all I can say with that. But it was the concept and it was the vagueness of it that kind of made them work, kind of didn't. I don't even remember where I was going with this. We're just going to continue the video.
Zero that was based off of Candle Cove. So sure, creepypastas.
Channel Zero is a good show, by the way. If you haven't seen Channel Zero, it's on Shudder now, which you can get through Amazon Prime. I've seen the first two seasons. First season, like Goose said, it's based on Candle Cove, and the second season is based on No End House. And the second season is really good. I said a while ago that season two didn't work for me because they took such a simple concept and tried to stretch it into like a very simple creepypasta, try to stretch it in like or it's like 12 episodes, I think. I take that back. It is actually really good. Super well done. Great story. Great character story. And just a really interesting concept. The Candle Cove one, I really liked it because they took that core concept and they took the base concept of like kids, they were watching Static, but it was really a TV show, and they fleshed the idea out. I really like that. I have not seen the other seasons though, so I cannot comment on them. And I'm pretty sure those are the seasons I've never even heard the stories they're based on.
I'll be the first to say that not everything that was inspired by creepypastas were great either. Yet the cultural impact it had on the horror genre can't be ignored. It has a massive footprint in the world of horror, and love it or hate it, creepypastas will continue to serve as the inspiration for several more projects in the future. Some good, some bad. Either way, at least we got entertainment.
That's a true point. I'm kind of curious to see what the next wave of people that are inspired by creepypastas. I'm curious to see what the next generation of people inspired by creepypastas can make, because I think it'll actually be good. I'm optimistic about it. At the very least, it'll take the better aspects of it and just kind of flesh it out even more. Ocarina
a masterpiece
of
by many and yada yada yada. I don't. Why do I even have to say that? You all know. But why does every single gaming channel want about this and clear this up once and for all? Redead's wise, and that creepy image of SAX looking down into the camera. That was nightmare fuel, and it still is to this day.
Fast forward through this because I have nothing to say about either.
Stuff that little boys like in the 90s. Interesting. Within this nightmare, I started out by just playing with toy cars and
we're jumping through the video now.
Night, I want to tell you about a nightmare that I had when I was a kid.
All right, folks. We are how far are we into this so far? All right, we are about 40 minutes in right now. I will be right back. Going to take a quick break while I get some coffee. So what we're going to do is where is it? Oh, no, not that. Screw it. We're just gonna. All right, folks, and we will be right back. For now, enjoy my last video I posted.
Hey, how's it going? Little different here. We're
we're doing the wall now. We decided to leave the chair. We're at the wall. Change it up a little bit. Well, the space between the doors, the wall. Yeah. And we're here today to talk about dad rock. I figured it was appropriate to dress like my dad. Got the denim shorts and the ugly Hawaiian shirt. But yeah, dad rock. It's that era of rock everyone claims they hate because it's generic, formulaic, and it all just sounds the same. Yet we all scream it at the top of our lungs when we're alone in the car. And I kind of want to go over a little bit of the history of it, breaking some of it down, because I unironically like dad rock, and I'm tired of pretending it's not good. So if that sounds like fun, stick around and watch. And put an F in the chat for my Spotify because it's been absolutely destroyed by making this video. So I guess the first question to ask is, well, what is dad rock? Or butt rock, as some people call it. The terms are interchangeable, so if I say dad rock, I also mean butt rock and vice versa. And the best way I can put it is go. And we are now back to our regular scheduled programming. I apologize for the loudness of I still do not have a fully proper setup, so we are working out kinks right now, and I do apologize about that.
If you haven't already seen it, I made a video about the Redeads, and I mentioned very briefly how that was the cause of one of the worst nightmares I ever had as a kid. And I'm not joking about that. I really did have a very traumatic, horrible nightmare. And while I may hype it up, to you it might seem a little silly, but to me it remains as one of the worst nightmares I've ever had. And that's what I want to tell you about tonight. Tonight's episode is about that nightmare and my recollection of what had happened in it. Within this nightmare, I started out by just playing with toy cars and other sort of action figures that I had. Power Ranger stuff, Transformers, stuff that little boys like in the 90s. I was in my apartment living room with my mother, who was currently ironing a bunch of clothes of ours. I believe she was getting ready for church, and she would always do this. She would iron my father's clothes, my brother's clothes, my clothes, etc. In the living room, there was a door, and it was right behind me while I was playing with my little toys. I didn't really think much of it. I was just more distracted by the toys that I was playing with. And then suddenly, it just opened by itself. And I had noticed that it was opening slowly, inviting a cold air within the living room, one that had not been there before, changing the atmosphere, one that was more warm and inviting to something more chilling and sinister. And that's when my mother had to go to the kitchen, which was right around the corner. While she was moving past me, she had accidentally kicked one of my toys towards the door. And as it went inside the cold, dark, unknown room, I heard a clanking sound. The toy was descending. And that's when I opened the door to fetch my toy. It's when I saw these stone creatures that were living within the basement of our home. Now, these stone beings, they didn't move at all. They were just people, in fact. People who had horrified expressions on their faces and had seemingly turned to stone somehow. They were all surrounding my washing machine. There was maybe about a few dozen of them down below. Somehow, however, my toy had landed on top of the washing machine that they had all surrounded. There was a very thick, invisible fog that was crawling alongside the floor. I tried to call my mom for help to get my toy back, but she didn't respond. In fact, I don't even think she was there anymore. I really wanted my toy back, and I didn't really think much of the stone figures other than the fact that they were kind of creepy. So I had descended down the stairs very carefully, because I felt like there was something strange about them, something I didn't really quite know about, but something that I knew I shouldn't have disturbed. I was walking down the stairs, and it was then that I knew just instinctively that I couldn't have touched the floor, like the very floor of the basement. There was something about it that just made me not want to touch the floor at all. It kind of told me instinctively that if I had touched it, I might have turned into one of the stone creatures that were down there. So I stood up on the handrail and I tried to jump at my toy, surrounded by all these stone people. I leapt forward and I actually landed on the washing machine and I got my toy back. I was relieved and I really wanted to get back up. But without thinking, I actually stood on the floor, and as soon as my foot touched the ground, all the statues started moving, and they looked directly at me. The ones that were covering their faces revealed that underneath their hands were just nothing, no faces whatsoever. Some of them just had mouths, others were missing eyes. The ones with mouths had screaming expressions. The one with eyes looked like they were about to cry. And the ones that had no face started to approach me slowly. I tried to move away and I was panicking. I tried to run, however my legs were all red.
This is like hands down one of the most terrifying things I have ever heard of a child like experiencing. Like how I think God.
Ready stone.
This is terrifying to me.
I tried to budge, but every movement that I made.
I wish I had more to say to this, but
because more of my body
it's
began
more
to
just
turn
what?
to stone, and I looked up, screamed, yelled, hoped that my mother could hear me, but nothing responded. But just as I was about to lose hope, I saw her. My mother was there, and she was doing the same thing that I saw her doing in the beginning. She was ironing her clothes, and through the crack of the door, I was able to scream out, begging for my mother to save me. But the door started to close slowly.
I can't add to this, so we're just gonna
out to her, and as my arms
fast forward
pointed
through it.
forward, I saw. For as long as there's been media, there's been piracy, and with piracy often being an issue for most distributors and developers, they've often found ways to counter pirates from stealing their games with anti-piracy measures. Some anti-piracy strategies are clever, like Gmod's method of crashing your game and giving you a string of numbers that, when you submit in the forums, pretty much outs you out as a pirate. Some are funny, like how in Game Dev Tycoon they have a method where they just literally make the game unbeatable because of rampant growth of piracy of your game, making your company just go bankrupt. And others, of course, are just really creepy as hell. Unfortunately, I had a really hard time finding creepy anti-piracy examples in games, but real quick, I want to roll through some honorable mentions. And if you're here for Cuphead, then just skip to this timestamp. Okay, first one up is from Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green. Apparently, nobody in the world hates pirates more than Game Freak, because if you illegally download the game, the ferryman next to the SS Anne, after accepting your ticket, will immediately tell you to buy the real version of the game or die, considering the majority of the people playing this game.
That is probably one of the best. I don't know. There's just something about that that's really funny to me. I can't explain it.
We're probably all children. This would have really scared some jackass kids from stealing games. Actually, real quick update. Apparently, this might have been a hoax. There's no real evidence of it actually happening in a pirated game.
Oh, that's just upsetting.
I don't know. I haven't seen it disproven either. So it's up in the air, honestly. Just take it with a grain of salt. Next up is from the Spanish DOS game called La Abadia de Crimen, which is a game with a cult following about a monk trying to solve a mystery of the disappearance of another monk, which was based off of a best-selling book, The Name of the Rose, and has an interesting anti-piracy measure that replaces the Ave Maria song that was supposed to be playing here. With a man saying pirata over and over again, which means pirate. Every time he says it, the word gets slower and slower and sounds way more demonic.
Pirata, 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 pirata.
God, that is just terrifying. No, just absolutely just. That's an effective way to do it, but I think it would have been more effective if it was a constant in like half the game. Like half the game area is just that. It would make the game so unplayable so quickly that
Wow, I would shit my pants. And finally, Five Nights at Freddy's little anti-piracy thing. Guess what happens when you have a pirated version? You get jump scared. Wow.
That doesn't surprise me.
Never would have saw that coming. Alright, on to the main entry.
Well, Cuphead and his pal Bugman, they like to roll the dice. By chance they came upon Devil's Game, and gosh, they paid the price. Paid the price.
Wow, who would have thought that this game had the scariest anti-piracy method ever made? No, seriously, it's pretty bad, but I suppose that's to be expected from a game based off of the rubber hose era of cartoons. See, back then, cartoons never really held back punches and would often have spooky imagery of Satanism and violence in the cartoons. It wasn't really because the creators were like Satanists or evil or anything, it's just cartoons really didn't have any sort of restrictions and they were made for adults back then, so, you know, whatever. But the dudes over at MDHR Studios took a step further with their anti-piracy song that can be heard on the title screen when the game detects you're playing an illegal copy of the game.
This is an effective way, I think. It's definitely an unsettling way, especially if, like, I don't know if that would stop me from opening the game though, but at the same time, it's also, this is right at the main menu, so I highly doubt you're gonna get anywhere past the main menu with this music playing. So, yeah, like it's effective, and I don't know obviously how well it would work, but it would work. Well, no, it would work. I guess it's based on can you open the main menu, which I highly doubt you'd be able to if this is the main menu deterrent. And it's just getting creepier.
Yeah, that's fucked. It actually gets even creepier when you run the audio through a spectrogram, which reveals the devil is hidden within the audio of the song.
Okay, that's
Further
actually really cool,
enhancing
though.
the spooky satanic symphony is the file name, which contains the numbers 666. So, yeah, that's haunting. But apparently, this piracy prevention file was only added to the game after a few months after the game was initially released. So if you're one of the bastards that decided to pirate the game when it first launched, chances are you never actually saw or heard this Easter egg / anti-piracy song. This would explain why some people online have claimed to have never heard the song before. So that's cool and all, but creepier still is this alleged rumor of this jump scare hidden away in King Dice's room. See, before you move on to different worlds, King Dice has to make sure you have all of the contracts in order for you to move on. Normally, you'd get this amazing little song sung by Alana Bridgewater, but allegedly in the pirated version, you actually start hearing something ticking in the background. You're not really sure what it is, and apparently you can't leave the die house. The ticking begins to get faster and faster, till eventually the ticking stops, and then... well, no. Not exactly that, but allegedly you do get jump scared by King Dice himself. Once this happens, you're kicked out of the game and you're trapped in the title screen forever. Again, these are just allegations made by one dude on Reddit that began to spread everywhere. There's no real evidence of this happening ever, and the guy who posted this on Reddit was very reluctant in showing footage. He was also dodging a lot of questions and just ended up disappearing from Reddit, honestly. I personally tried getting the pirated version of the game, but I have yet to find this specific updated version with the song. I was able to find a pirated version, but this was the one before they added the pirated music. And before I get called out for pirating, don't worry, I already bought the game on Steam. I'm just trying to fulfill a curiosity. But if anyone out there wants to find this supposed jump scare, then please let me know if you ever find it.
Cuphead's probably... I don't... That's probably one of the neater ways I've heard of anti-piracy. And it doesn't surprise me that the guy that pirated the game dodged questions about it. And I'm rather curious now about how true the whole, I guess you could say, the jump scare, that's what the word is, jump scare. The jump scare adds to it all. I don't know, I'm having a lot of brain fog right now. I don't know why.
As of right now, well, it's just a rumor and probably not even real. Though I can say that those songs that you hear in the title screen are real, and that spectrogram is real as hell. So regardless of that, this is still one of the scariest anti-piracy measures I've ever seen.
Here's another strange, obscure fear of mine. The ocean. Now, I'm not just talking about like any ocean. However, I'm really just talking about video game oceans. Yeah, I don't know if I'm like part of a collective niche here, or maybe I'm just the only one who feels like this, but I really hate video game oceans and any sort of deep sea levels. It's not that I'm afraid of large bodies of water.
Oh, I was holding the mic the wrong way. I'm sorry about that. It's not that I'm afraid of large bodies of water, nor am I afraid of the ocean in real life. In actuality, I think life in the ocean, the marine life, is just very fascinating, and I really do love swimming. When it comes to virtual ocean,
See, it's weird because I'm the polar opposite. The ocean absolutely terrifies me. I am horrified of the ocean. And it is like one of, if not the scariest things ever to me. However, I also, like, I don't have a problem with like video game oceans, but like, the ocean itself is, it's the idea of I don't know what's in it, and if I can't touch the floor and I can't see the bottom of it, I don't want to be in that body of water. That is my stance on the ocean. It terrifies me because I don't know what's in it, and it's scared, and I fear the unknown.
however, yeah, then my anxiety starts to kick in, especially when it comes to games with open world. And honestly, why shouldn't I fear the ocean in games? Sometimes developers hide some scary shit, like for example in Wind Waker, which is a game that's nothing but vast oceans and open seas, and I'm assuming the one game that actually kicked off this anxiety of mine. It's very cheery and actually pretty exciting to explore out in the ocean and discovering uncharted islands, yet things start to shift quickly when you encounter this bullshit. Yeah, out of nowhere, the clouds just turn gray and you're stuck in this whirlpool with this horrifying giant squid. Or like when you end up finding the ghost ship on accident. That was both the scariest and coolest thing I saw as a kid. Seriously, I was both mystified by the fact that I got to see the ghost ship that everyone keeps talking about in Windfall, and horrified to see that it actually exists. Stuff like that always seems to appear in games, and it's often pretty scary when you're not
I feel like I've missed out on a whole thing for my generation because I didn't have a GameCube growing up, so like I've never played a Zelda game from start to finish. So I feel like I missed out on a whole part of like what my generation was supposed to experience as kids, because I never played Wind Waker. I don't know anything about it, and I don't have the same relation to it as most people do, I guess you could say.
expecting it. Another more recent example is World of Warcraft. I don't know if you guys are aware, but WoW has some of the scariest oceans in any game, and it might just be because of my own niche fears, but I just don't like the idea that there is literally nothing beyond those oceans. It is just nothingness as far as the eye can see. Sure, there are things lurking deep within the ocean, and oh my god, you can find some really scary things down there. But the idea of the vastness beyond the sea, like the fact that the end of the world is literally at the end of those oceans, just creep me the fuck out. It's like when I found out Outland was literally beyond Eversong Woods. I got this odd irrational fear of being on the edge of the ocean, let alone diving deep into the vast darkness, which already terrifies me in its own right. But then more discoveries were made that things that lurked in the ocean, like the portal that exists below Azshara before Cataclysm, something about that existing underneath always scared me. Or that really creepy abandoned island that's just south of Tanaris, and it's just eerie whenever
This is another thing I can't relate to, is I've never played World of Warcraft, so I don't. We're gonna fast forward a little bit
within a game. The whole left in. Storm song, and he's one secret underwater. I don't in game really think mine. Bioshock doesn't really even count, seeing as how it's more like action oriented than Soma, which is like psychological terror. But I don't really want to actually talk about real horror games being underwater. What's creepier to me is the games that aren't intended to be creepy and have underwater levels, like Mario, for example. In Mario Sunshine, you got this one mission, or I don't know, what is it called, the mission? I don't know. Anyways, you would go underneath and you would find this giant ass eel, this, oh my god, this horrible thing that lurks deep, dark. Oh no, yeah, fuck, I don't want to get that shit.
I do remember, so I take it back from saying we didn't have a GameCube. So we had hey, welcome to the show, Leroy. It's nice to see you, bud. I remember we got a game. My mom got a GameCube for her birthday, like the year it came out. I think it was some point. And she got Super Mario Sunshine for it. My dad got her Super Mario Sunshine for it because my mom really liked Mario on the original Super Mario Bros. I got to this level. My siblings and I, we were able to get to this level. None of us could beat it because this eel freaked us out too much. Just too scary for us. Don't know why. Couldn't explain it, but it was true.
Giant anymore. Fuck the 100% completion rate. Fuck that. It's almost like the developer saw like how much liters of piss like people were producing every day. They would see that damn eel in Jolly Roger Bay and they thought to themselves, oh hey, that was funny, let's do that again. Sometimes I got so scared of that eel, by the way, that I'd spend more time running away from him and less time getting air, resulting in this horror show. It's, oh my god, he's fucking
Nintendo
Mario
really
he legit
didn't
is
hold
dead.
back.
He just died. He's dead. Goodbye. Mario's dead. Actually, while we're on the topic, can someone for the love of God please tell me why every video game character drowns the worst way possible? You see Mario falling in lava and singeing his tight little asshole, getting electrocuted, showing off his little skeleton. But the moment the dude loses oxygen in water, the fucker dies IRL. He's dead. It's not just Mario. Literally everyone drowns a horrible way. The worst one being Conker, and I understand Conker is an M-rated game, but seeing him drown in the game is just excruciatingly painful. His other deaths are violent.
I do remember that. Like it's weird because my parents let me play Conker when I was in like 4th or 5th grade. They probably shouldn't have let me do that. But anyway, I do remember this. Conker had like an unnecessarily gruesome death when drowning. It was the drowning, and I think it was the zombies for the other like super gruesome one. And it was just hard to look at. Like it honestly kind of freaked me out. I was very adamant to never drown whenever I played Conker because the drowning animation was just so disturbing.
Sure, but they're more akin to like Tom and Jerry kind of deaths. You know, if Tom and Jerry had blood in it, I guess more like South Park. You know, but watching him drown is so uncomfortable. So be you a horror game that takes place completely underwater, or just a regular video game with an underwater level that has something lurking beyond the dark, deep depths of your dumb game, just know that I'll always hate your game forever, no matter what, you fucking scumbags. Courage the Cowardly Dog was a mystifying little show because it somehow balanced humor with horror. And not to say that the entire show is like some horror fest that nobody could ever watch. Of course, it has a few creepy moments, but it's not actually stupidly scary, right?
Yes, it is. Unironically, this was one of the scariest moments of my entire childhood. It genuinely terrified me and gave me nightmares. Because Courage was one of my favorite shows as a kid. Like, just straight up, it was... It was, like, just straight up... I have no idea what you're talking about, Leroy, but I hope you're doing good, bud. But Courage was one of my favorite shows as a kid. It was, I call it baby's first horror. It's what you do if you want to introduce your kids to horror. I still believe that. This was fucking terrifying to me, though. This gave me nightmares. Because why wouldn't that? Why would that not terrify you?
Maybe not to an adult, but to us kids, we were terrified of some of the things here. And I saw a lot of you recommend several aspects of the show, and it was really hard to narrow down some experiences that you had and myself and see which one really was the scariest moment of them all. But instead of competing against every single one, I would rather go through just a few moments that actually impacted us as kids, the ones that were really, really terrifying. Starting off with a real popular one.
What I'm about to say, I'm not going to say it to be a contrarian. I'm not going to say it to be different. I'm stating it merely as a matter of fact. Keenan Ramsey was never scary to me. I'm not like some tough guy who's built different, because the episode where the windmill stops and the Vikings come horrified me. Got nightmares from that forever. This episode, though, didn't faze me. I understand why it scared people. I do. I get it. All right, because the idea of seeing this creepy-looking, low-poly 3D animated figure in a traditionally animated 2D background and show is jarring. It's a very uncanny valley. It's very creepy. I wholeheartedly understand why he was creepy to people, why it scared so many people. It didn't scare me, though. I was more fascinated by it. I thought like he'll just look so cool, and yeah, like this didn't scare me. The Vikings did, though.
See, this is scary on multiple levels. Not only is the voice and the repeating "return the slab" very haunting, but it's also the way he's animated. They made him very much surreal. They made his look, the way he moves, very unnerving. And it works out in this episode's advantage. But of course, there are some pretty humorous moments, including the mummy, especially that one part where he's like,
Oh, come on.
I always thought that was hilarious, and that
Return the
really broke
slab.
the mold for
Return
me.
the
I
slab.
didn't think he was scary after that.
The song they play in that episode, the Return the Slab song, is Return the Slab slaps. That's all I have to say about it.
Regardless, to many of us, he was horrifying, and we really avoided that episode whenever possible. But no episode was more avoided by me personally than this one that featured this horrifying looking dude that is so...
That guy gave me nightmares. I mean, fuck, I don't even want to look at
That is
frame
bad.
right
Now
there.
you're just being mean.
Like, it was also just really, I agree, it was just creepy. It's just unsettling and creepy. And I just don't like looking at it. Like, that is too uncanny valley for me. It's too out of place, and it unsettles me.
To kids. Essentially what the episode was about was that Eustace had to grow some crops, whereas he claimed that he had a green thumb. In reality, he didn't grow anything. This angers the spirit of the Harvest Moon for disrespecting his land and not growing any crops for the harvest. This causes him to appear, and it is so... words really can't describe how horrifying this creature is. Like, they were really trying to make kids shit their pants. This was mean. This was cruel. This was horrifying. Not only that, but his voice was...
Half of the truly scary episodes in this show were just fear, like, excessively cruel. I have no other way to put it. Like, this is the prime example of... He's right. Like, this is... Like, when the show really wanted to be scary, they were just mean with it. They were malicious. They didn't care that their demographic was fucking 6-year-olds. They wanted to traumatize some children.
Also pretty bad, what with the whispery way that he talked. I'll be honest, rewatching the episode, he's pretty silly. He doesn't really say anything ominous. He doesn't really have a foreboding air about him. Like, he does have a spell that he casts upon them all that basically makes them all melt and in this horrible heat. But honestly, he's really kind of silly. He also makes a very brief appearance as opposed to the mummy that was asking for his slab back. But speaking of brief appearances, and very effective ones at that, this thing.
So I actually remember there was like a creepypasta or something, or like an urban legend. I'll call it more of an urban legend than a creepypasta that said this episode was temporarily banned because this thing just caused so much depression in people. Living in a city is great, by the way. But yeah, no, like this episode was temporarily banned because this guy just caused so much depression in so many kids, and like a tick of like self harming happened because of this character, which I don't think there's any evidence to support that at all.
You're not perfect.
I really can't explain what it is, and I can't explain either
Why the weird blue fetus was put in the episode, I don't know, but it is unsettling. Even now, it's just weird to look at.
what makes it so terrifying. But I remember as a kid that it was the single most horrifying thing I saw in a kid's cartoon. It really was. That's no exaggeration. I actually remember having a nightmare featuring him like 3 nights in a row ever since I saw him. Now, there's nothing about him that's really too scary. Like if you were to talk character design 101, he's really not the top charts of like spookiness, but it's just the way he whispers out. It's this haunting message that will always be with you. You are not perfect. You will never be perfect. And maybe I'm exaggerating with the way I am interpreting the monster. It is a kid's cartoon after all, but this is something that affects you for a lifetime. And
That is true, and I think that dives more into like the psychological aspect of There's a concept that says when I first started going to therapy, they mentioned it. It's the idea that basically, what you hear as a child, what you're told as a child, you kind of carry into adulthood. Oh, excuse me. And so I would believe that, hearing that from this show, especially if you don't really have a support network as a kid, could really mess you up, and you could carry it into like the rest of your life. But again, just remember though, it doesn't matter if you're perfect or not, as long as you're a good person.
monster, that thing, that dream, that nightmare that tells you that you are not perfect. It is the one thing that always reminds you of your humanity, your imperfection, your everything. And there's just so much about it that is just so awesome, honestly. As scary as he is, it is amazing how effective his appearance is. Also, shout out to this guy for introducing me to psychological horror. But diving deeper into the aspects of different kinds of horror, there is that episode that featured this masked character who, spoiler alert, we find out is related to this other character who is known as Bunny. Bunny is in an abusive relationship with this dog that pretty much is just as bad as it sounds. While the show is still for kids, they definitely try their best to emulate what an abusive relationship is for children, and it is graphic in a sense.
I remember this episode being really good. Like, I really enjoyed that episode. And I also remember that the mask the kitty wears is really uncomfortable to see. And I also remember seeing on the news that there was like some backlash against this show because Kitty and Bunny are very obviously, well, I guess you could call Kitty lesbian, Bunny bisexual. People got really mad about that. I remember seeing that, but I also remember this episode was very scary. Not scary, but good. And yeah, it was a really good episode. Honestly, it does do domestic abuse pretty good. And Kitty's mask was just terrifying. So unsettling.
Especially if you're a part of this kind of relationship, if you've been influenced by this kind of stuff, you will see how this will affect you. And it's not horror in the aspect that, okay, she's wearing a scary mask, sure, but it's more horror in the sense that this is just real people. I mean, they're animals, sure, but this is just how it happens. This is life. Sometimes people are abusive and they can't leave. They can't escape from the reality that they are stuck in. But thankfully, they do escape, and it's a happy ending. It is kind of a shame, though, that they couldn't actually, be a couple at the end. They have to be best friends forever at the end. I know that if it were made today, they would actually be a couple that would totally kiss on TV. But hey, you know what? You get what you get. And finally, one that I personally don't find scary, but you guys seem to find scary, is the episode with Freaky Fred. Do you know how close I was to saying Freddy Freaker? I was seriously about to call him Freddy Freaker. So Freaky Fred is a freaky barber who does freaky things with hair, or rather the removal.
Freaky Fred is... Because I remember watching this episode as a kid, and I also did not find it creepy. I did not find Freaky Fred scary. He has gotten scarier with age, though. For whatever reason, I think it's because it's very much more can be interpreted that Fred wasn't always talking about hair. Wasn't always talking about just cutting hair when he got naughty. And I think it's me overanalyzing it and reading more into it. But Freaky Fred has become freakier and scarier the older I've gotten. And he didn't bother me when I was a kid. But now it's just... No. Like, he unsettles me. I wouldn't say he scares me, but he definitely makes me unsettled. Unnerved.
Of hair. Now, this isn't really too scary to me, but I do understand that for some people it made people feel very, very uncomfortable. I actually had a lot of friends when I was a little boy that really hated this episode because it scared the crap out of them. But for me, I thought it was very whimsical. I thought it was very charming, if not fetishistic. I mean, that's what this entire episode is. It's just one dude talking about how his fetish just took over his entire life and how he has done horrible fetishistic things to other people for the sake of his own pleasure. It is very uncomfortable when you understand that connotation as an adult, but as a kid I thought it was like, oh, this is a really cool like Dr. Seuss episode. I love episodes that just like rhyme and limericks. It's just awesome. It's nice. But like now I watch it and there is definitely some underlying sexual themes with everything. Or maybe you disagree, but I think understanding that part of it, thinking of it as like his fetish being the thing that takes over his life, that is scarier to me than just Freaky Fred having a freaky design. I think that is true. Is the thing.
Fred's not freaky looking. It's Fred as a character that's freaky. It's how he talks. It's what he's into. It is the fetishness of his actions, I guess, as you could put it. It is the... Yeah, I guess you could say like his fetishisticness. Yeah, like I said, he's getting more unsettling with age. That's the best way I can put it.
That truly makes him horrifying. Also, while I'm at it, a huge shout out to the Freaky Fred reanimated collaboration that was just made. It is amazing. It is completely well done, and it has just a bunch of incredibly talented artists under the hood, and it is fantastic. Just watch it. I can't like celebrate it enough. It is wonderful. Courage the Cowardly Dog will forever be cemented in our minds as that one freaky show that we loved. But not just because of the fact that it was horror. Sure, for many of us it introduced us to the world of horror and how we can explore that even further. But for many of us it was a charming little show. It was more than just Tom and Jerry-esque antics or screaming faces, screaming courage. It was more than that. Sometimes it was a touching show that had an incredible...
That is true. Like... Everyone I know that is really into horror now, myself included, just about all of us can link it back to this show. Also, one thing that was super freaky in this show that had no fucking right being as creepy as it was the talking tree. The talking tree was just so goddamn creepy for no reason. That still unsettles me to this day. I hated that tree.
Incredible lesson.
That tree wasn't even the bad guy. Eustace was the bad guy in that episode, and it still unsettled me.
To teach, and it was also one of those shows that could make you feel more than just fear. It could make you feel happy. It could make you laugh, and it could just make you feel really good inside. Invader Zim is a legendary show amongst the folks over at Hot Topic. It's that one show that you always see that green little gerbil sprouting out random shit all the time, and it's part of the reason why you were seeing Emo Bitch Baby as a kid. Yes, yeah, it's that show. Nah, but for real though, it's a great show. I don't know. Well, I mean, what else should I say? I feel like everyone already gave like their 3-hour-long reviews on what made it a quote-unquote masterpiece, so I'm not really going to waste my time regurgitating the same amount of shit that everyone's already said. I just thought it was a funny show, and it had a very cynical and dark sense of humor that...
Invader Zim was a good show, but I do think it got over... The fan base overreacted to how good it was. Think of it like I guess like a modern day interpretation of it would like how just if you weren't there at the time when Invader Zim was big and it was trendy and it was popular, especially I was in middle school when like what he's talking about with it being big with like Hot Topic kids. I was in middle school when that happened. That fan base that was just super like into it. The best example I can give of that now would be like Undertale or FNAF. You know, that like almost zealot like fan base that is ravenous and just obsesses over it and thinks it's the greatest thing ever. It really wasn't that good. Like, it was funny. But there's no excuse me. I cannot name a single memorable episode of the show. Like, I can sit there and I can tell you, episodes of excuse me, Courage the Cowardly Dog and Ed and Eddie that stuck with me throughout my childhood. I can name episodes of SpongeBob that that still sit in my head rent free, and Fairly Odd Parents. I can't do any of that for Invader Zim. It wasn't as good as people say it is. It was good, but not that good.
It was just a breath of fresh air. The unique factor of Invader Zim was the fact that it was a black comedy for kids. It was edgy, and not in the overused sense of the word of like we live in a society. I mean, like, they were making jokes that were literally on the cusp of being censored out. Like, one of the worst episodes, and by that I mean like the darkest, involves Zim actually harvesting kids' organs just so he could seem more human, making his body grotesque and bursting with intestines, literally. Yeah, that was like some dark shit, and it played out like a horror movie, what with Dib being chased around by Zim halfway through the episode, with Zim hiding in the shadows and the cooing of the pigeon signifying how close he was to getting Dib. That's pretty scary in itself, I'll admit, but the real thing that made Invader Zim creepy to me, at least, was when I learned about Bloody Gur. See, Bloody Gur was this little inside joke amongst the creators of the show because he was supposed to show up in one of the episodes. Now, there's no real context as to when or why Gur was supposed to show up bloodied, but again, Zim was harvesting organs, for Christ's sake. Like, why wouldn't Bloody Gur just be a thing? Seriously. Although when Jonan Vasquez submitted the idea to Nickelodeon, they promptly denied his request. But the drawing of Gur bloodied up still exists within the episode, despite rejection. See, because director Steve Russell actually snuck in several bloody Gurs throughout the show in just one single frame. The most notable and famous example of Bloody Gur showing up was in the episode Bad Bad Rubber Piggy. During the episode, Zim creates a time machine to get rid of Dib. At first, he has this giant mech to send back in time to kill him, but Gur throws a rubber piggy instead. This actually benefits Zim as it makes Dib's life incredibly miserable, and the more rubber piggies he threw into
I remember the organ harvest episode, but that's because that's like the one everyone talks about, and I'm pretty sure there was like a story about someone, like some kid, like killed his classmate and was inspired by that episode of Invader Zim or something like that. But like none of these episodes are ringing a bell. Like, I don't remember them. This show just it had its moments of comedy, but it just didn't. It just wasn't as good as people said it was. I don't think it was.
The time machine, the more it was causing several horrible accidents to happen in his life. During one of the times that they threw a pig, Bloody Gur faintly shows up in the portal at the very center. It's very faint, but he is there. This little scene scared and fascinated a ton of kids at the time, at least the ones who were paying attention. And when word broke out that the staff snuck in several bloody gurs all over the show, the search continued onwards. Although as cool as it is to know that several of these bloody gurs exist, specifically 14 or so, it was real scary to me as a child, and I think to a few other kids as well who were fans of the show. I knew this because I talked to my friends about it when I was a kid, and they said it creeped them out too. Hell, I still get some people telling me that Bloody Gur is a creepy little Easter egg. It didn't really make us stop watching the show, nor was it really that terrifying that we just
I didn't know
couldn't
this was
see
a thing
it
in it,
anymore or whatever. But the
Like,
idea of Bloody Gur
I had never heard of Bloody Gur until now, and it is a neat little thing they put in there, but this is the first I've ever heard of it.
existing in one of the shows we love so much, and that he's just hiding right there in front of our faces is just kind of scary, don't you think? Not to mention that the image of Bloody Gur isn't really that friendly either, nor is it really even that funny. It's just a deadpan Gur with blood all over his body. It's eerie, honestly, and it's not like it's ketchup or some other substance. It's literally blood. It's especially scary when you consider that Gur is the weirdo, funny character that always lightens up the mood, if not annoys the crap out of the audience. Yet here he is, just staring at you with blood all over his head and his torso. It's unsettling, to say the least. Now, as far as we know, there's only 2 known sightings of Bloody Gur, the aforementioned Bad Bad Rubber Piggy episode and the episode Mortos der Soul Stealer, that's hard to say for some reason, which is far clearer than the former's appearance. He can be seen in the intro of the show, again, as a single frame. A lot of people believe that this was the reason why Invader Zim got cancelled, but in reality, Nickelodeon never actually found out about it until after the show's cancellation. And when they inevitably did find out, they really weren't that bothered, honestly. So if that's the case, then it's very likely that Bloody Gur still exists in Invader Zim and has not been edited out in future releases. In fact, I can prove that this is the case since I've already seen Bloody Gur in Bad Bad Rubber Piggy on Hulu, which is where you can stream the episodes now. Going frame by frame during that one part of the episode revealed that Bloody Gur still exists even today. Again, it's very, very faint, but he is there. But again, only 2 out of the potential 14 have been found. So if you got time to spare and patience to go by frame every single...
Hang on. There's nothing there. There is absolutely nothing there. I don't see anything. I'm starting to think this isn't a real thing. I'm not calling him a liar, but I don't see anything.
But again, only 2 out of the potential go ahead. But be warned, these Bloody Gur sightings haven't ever been found in like 13 years, so you're definitely got your works cut out for you. Especially when you consider that the director and the producer behind this stuff actually revealed where these things are, where these sightings are, and yet people still haven't found them. It's a difficult, like, Easter egg hunt, to say the least. So good luck to all y'all. I don't think I speak for myself saying that this is the movie that made me hate dolls. Like, legit hate dolls. See, I had a sister, and I'm sure many of you did, or maybe a brother for some reason, that collected a bunch of dolls, a bunch of action figures, and they all had these dead eyes on them that just looked and stared blankly off across the room, and they were just so unsettling. Something about them made me really hate dolls. And they were so ugly and horrifying, especially when it was dark at night and you had to get something from your room, but you know that your sister's room is literally open and you can see that horrible Barbie doll is just staring at you with those blank eyes. Well, nothing emphasized my fear for dolls and that kind of shit than Chucky.
So it's funny because growing up, my sister did have Barbies, but they didn't scare me. I am to this day still terrified of dolls, though. The dolls that scared me was porcelain dolls. My mother, for some reason, do not know, even to this day, do not know why, but she collected porcelain dolls and Barbie dolls. She would get like those like super expensive collector, like fancy dress Barbie dolls and then just porcelain dolls for whatever reason. And my dad also did not like these porcelain dolls. He also thought they were creepy because they were. And so, because he didn't want them in the house, he didn't want to put them anywhere, they got thrown into a closet. And I remember when I was like 6 or 7, they were put into my closet, and my closet door didn't shut. So every night I would go to bed with just a bunch of beady little doll eyes staring at me, and I hated it. And so it just, to this day, I still don't like porcelain dolls because of that. So when I actually finally, I still won't watch Chucky. I refuse to watch Chucky because dolls just freak me out too much to do that.
And I think for all of us, it started there. See, for you kids who had grown up with Freddy Fazbear and his Five Crazy Nights, we grew up with something called Chucky, and I'm sure you have grown up with it too, but for the most part, we are heavily influenced by our fear of dolls because of Chucky. Chucky had this horrifying little design that seemed very friendly, child-friendly, whatever, but then as the movie progressed, he becomes this villainous, murderous doll. And you know something? I remember watching it as a kid and being just horrified of the doll for no real reason, honestly. He didn't do anything that scary, and
It's funny because my sister hates Chucky. She absolutely despises him. She is scared of Chucky. Her husband loves him. And I remember a few years ago, I got him like a life-size, like actual, like, you know, realistic 2-scale Chucky doll, and like his bride, I can't remember what her name is. And my sister just looked at me with such malice and discontent. She was so mad at me for getting him that, and I don't know why. Well, I do. It's because she hates Chucky, but it was still 100% worth it. He loved it, and that's all that matters.
watching it now, I think Chucky isn't really that scary. In fact, he's really, really funny.
I said talk to me, damn it! All right. Make you talk. I said talk to me, damn it, or else I'm gonna throw you in the fire!
You stupid bitch, you filthy slut! Did you fuck with me?
Brad Dourif played the character so incredibly well, and his yells and his screams, his performance was magical. It was amazing to watch, but the little doll running around, it was kind of ridiculous. There were definitely some horror aspects that made it a great horror movie in itself, but as a kid, I can't explain it. I really can't explain it. It was just the smile on him, the fact that a doll could come to life and murder me and can kill me. It was the complete opposite of Toy Story, and I grew up more with Toy Story than I did with Chucky, but the idea, like, what if Toy Story went wrong and they just started murdering me, they stared at me, and even with the toys that I had, like, for example, I had a Woody doll, actually, I would hate the idea of him staring at me, so sometimes I would just put him away in a box, because I didn't like the eyes of dolls. They were just so uncanny to me. And I'm not speaking for myself. I'm sure many of you felt the same way. There was this unexplained fear with Chucky the doll, and there were so many sequels to that movie, so we could never really escape the horror that was Chucky. But again, as an adult, reviewing it, rewatching it, it's nothing really. It's nothing too scary. It is a great movie.
I don't care how, oh, it's not that bad as an adult. I will not watch those movies. They are, because Chucky was creepy as a kid. He's not creepy now, but I don't like dolls. I don't fuck with dolls. They are just, there's something about them. I think it's just lingering childhood trauma. But I just don't want to deal with dolls.
You'll watch, at least for the first time. The next few times, not so much. But for those of you who are unfamiliar with Chucky, or at least Child's Play as a franchise, let me explain real briefly what it is.
We're gonna fast
it's actually
forward
really
through the
dumb.
rest of this.
He gets shot at, where he replaces his soul with that of a doll. So now
Alright, and we're on to season 2 of Traumathon.
if there were a bimbofication equivalent to turning a normal, otherwise innocent piece of media into a creepypasta horror story, I would call it pastification. A seemingly harmless piece of media that somehow turned into some awkward horror story about someone's suicide, or how it's possessed by a vengeful spirit or something like that. It happens all the time. But the one postification I never really thought would happen is with Super Mario 64. Well, I mean, I've seen a ton of it before in the past when I was a kid and I read creepypastas all the time. I mean, they were everywhere, but in the year 2020, like, that stuff is still popular? Yeah, over the summer, someone on 4chan posted an iceberg on Mario 64 and the many obscure details of it. Many of the details anyone can point out and say, oh yeah, I know about that, but some other parts of the iceberg were far more obscure or downright horrifying. It's where the meme, every copy of Mario 64 is personalized, came from. It's actually not one of the worst creepypasta-esque stories I've read, and with the contributions of some key YouTubers, it would make you think that maybe what this post is saying is true. Hell, I'd roughly say 90% of this iceberg is in fact true.
I'm trying to think, because I don't know really how to put it. Like, okay, because I didn't play Super Mario 64 until I was probably in 7th grade. But it is neat how this game has had stayed so relevant for so long that, you know, it was like 2020, 2021 when that iceberg came out. And yeah, it was just still relevant. I shouldn't say relevant. How like you still had horror stuff being made about Super Mario 64 now. And it's like really well made. Like some of the stuff looking into like the secret like 95 beta build and the Wario apparition and all that, like it's some super good like videos on YouTube.
Albeit in a vague way. And if you want to know what I mean by that, just check out the video by this young man right here, who I can't remember his name, but I remember his video, and it was incredibly fascinating and very entertaining. So please give him some love. It'll be in the description down below. Yet as interesting or downright silly as some of these are, there's something I personally couldn't get out of my mind, and that is simply this. Mario 64 was always scary, either unintentionally or purposely. Mario 64 has a cavalcade of horror lurking beneath its kid-friendly exterior. I believe it has to do with two reasons. Number one, the graphics. The game's looks have not aged well, and it's because of its low textures and jagged appearance that makes it seem a bit uncanny. I might be speaking personally here, but when I saw that scary eel monster from Jolly Roger Bay again in Super Mario Odyssey, I really wasn't as spooked as I was when I was a kid. It's most likely because now I'm an adult, and looking back at my childhood fears still gives me shivers, but really, compare the two. The one in 64 is so much worse than the HD revision. I mean, sure, I'm not saying it's not scary, but to me personally, the newer version just looks so detailed and kind of cool that it pales in comparison to the older one.
That is true. There is something about it is the low polyness, the lack of detail and description that does make that just slightly more unsettling. Like I can't same thing. I can't explain it, but it just looks wrong, I guess you could say.
Air of weird and disturbing qualities about it. It's not just Mario 64 either. Look back at any old games you used to play. Don't some of these look way scarier back then as opposed to now? Have you guys ever stumbled upon a weird glitch in a modern video game that make the characters look low poly or low res and super creepy? It's something about the way they look, the way they move. It's all sort of unnerving and strange. Again, it could be due to childhood fears playing into our biases, but it can't be denied that low poly textures can be really disturbing. The game studio Puppet Combo recognizes this and uses it to their advantage. It's why their games are so horrifying. They use this niche trope to their advantage by mimicking old school graphics into modern takes of horror, but I'm getting off track here. The second reason why Mario 64 was terrifying to us kids is simply because it was our first time exploring a 3D space. Imagine how much of a mindfuck that is, to go from going left to right to explore literally wherever we want, which can lead to some of us discovering fears we'd otherwise never would have. From diving into deep dark oceans with terrifying sea creatures to exploring haunted mansions full of ghosts and monsters, Mario 64 gave us the opportunity to go anywhere.
I can't say anything about Mario
things
64, so we're gonna fast forward.
Off about this whole wacky world side by side over the town is submerged. The people who live long as it water in this forgotten city. These are real thoughts I had as a kid, by the way. This is the thoughts I had. Something that can't be explained or otherwise could never be seen. For a lot of kids nowadays, the introduction to horror is plentiful. You got games that are just safe enough to be parent approved, TV shows that can be easily accessed online at any time, and most horror movies nowadays are PG-13.
Right.
So
we will be
even
right
if
back
it were
while
a rated
I go and
R
get a
movie,
drink. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen.
then kids nowadays can just wait a month or two, and then they'll just be back up on HBO or Netflix or Hulu or whatever service that you pay. Pick your poison. There's like 50 of them. Really, anyone can watch any horror film they want. But back in the 80s and 90s, when most horror films were made exclusively for adults, and parents thinking games were the product of Satan, it was a lot more difficult to get your hands on spooky stuff as a kid. That is until 1993, when here in the States, a book series swept the nation with its unique approach to horror, that being horror aimed directly at children, GooseBoose. It was an interesting take on the way horror was produced because at this point in the early 90s and late 80s, kids weren't really allowed to watch any horror.
So, weirdly enough, I was born in 97. So, obviously, Goosebumps had pretty much stopped its run by the time I was old enough to like actually start reading the books and everything like that. I really enjoyed it, though. Goosebumps and Courage the Cowardly Dog were like my introductions to, horror. And the first Goosebumps that comes to mind is Night of the Living Dummy, and that picture just so fucking jarring and horrifying. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah. That right there. Oh, wait. Okay. Nope. That's not gonna. There we go. Yeah. That picture right there. That haunted my childhood for years on end. And he is just so fucking creepy. And it's, God, that story was just, looking back, I mean, most of these stories they weren't scary. It was horror for kids. So it's not scary now. But fucking A, was this book cover creepier than it needed to be for no fucking reason.
Movies whatsoever. A lot of them were rated R. We had to just sneak into theaters to watch some of the scary stuff adults kept talking about, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, and a slew of other classic horror films that were in the theaters at the time. And like I said, back then horror films were often rated R, so for a lot of us, it was our first time seeing naked girls and a ton of gore. Yeah, it was cool, but maybe a little too much for some more fragile minds. Enter R.L. Stines, a novelist who at the time was known for making children's literature and worked on a few Nickelodeon projects. Before working on Goosebumps, R.L. Stine showed his love for horror through a different series of books he called the Fear Street books, aimed for a younger audience and a much less talked about series. His love for horror and his writing.
If you didn't know that those Fear Street movies that came out on Netflix a few years ago are actually based on his books, and you haven't seen those movies, they're pretty good. Go give them a watch. I've seen the first two, and I really enjoyed them. So if you like horror, you like and they're very, very good slasher. Like I haven't seen a good new slasher in a long time, but those Fear Street movies are good slashers.
Writing talent would then soar to greater heights when Scholastic and Parachute Press decided to collaborate and launch R.L. Stine's Goosebumps series in 1992. The book was a massive hit amongst kids. You know, back when kids actually read books. No, seriously, the 90s was the last time you'd see books get commercials on TV, and boy, they must have worked really well, because they made R.L. Stine's a household name seemingly overnight. Although as effective as I'm sure these ads were, a lot of the credit in Goosebumps' success has to go to the legendary cover artist Tim Jacobus. His Goosebumps art was incredible, and more so than that, eye-catching. I know we're not supposed to judge a book by its cover, but damn, when your covers look as cool and
you absolutely judge the Goosebumps by their cover. Like if that cover wasn't slightly unsettling to you, you weren't gonna read it. Just like straight up, if you like a few, like, hang on, let's back up a little bit and see. Yeah, like I can tell you now.
Goosebumps' success has to go to the legendary cover artist Tim Jacobus.
Like the blob at everything that freaked me out, so I read that one.
His Goose.
Let's see, Say Cheese and Die. Obviously the Night of the Living Dummy. The Haunted Mask. I never read that one, but the TV episode based on that story, like the episode for the show was really good. Welcome to Horrorland. That one, I don't think I ever read that one. I don't think I remember seeing the episode of that one. And then these other two, I don't even know what these other two are. Like that's, if that cover did not entice you, then you weren't gonna read it. Like, and if it did not make you feel slightly unnerved or intrigued, these were the books that you judged by a cover.
Goosebumps art was incredible, and more so than
that's from the Haunted Mask Part 2.
That eye-catching. I know we're not supposed.
Camp Jelly Jam. That I actually didn't want to read that one because of how creepy this fucking guy is. This guy is the actual cover for Camp Jelly Jam. I think that's what the name of that book was. But he alone freaked me out enough to where I didn't want to read that one.
Supposed to judge a book by its cover, but damn, when your covers look as cool and as interesting as this,
or that
you can't help but be interested. That's not to discredit Mr. Stine's writing. The man was a master of cliffhangers and twist endings. It's what made his books such page turners. You really couldn't just stop reading these things, and there were dozens of them from 1992 to 1990.
Let's see if there's any of these. You Can't Scare Me. This one right here. That one was really good. I remember the Attack Theme and the episode based on that one was good. Phantom of the Auditorium. I remember I had that copy, but I don't remember if I ever read it. The Ghost Next Door. That one sounds familiar. I'm trying to
97. R.L. Stines had
there were so many of. I remember this one, Night of the Living Dummy 3, or that's 2, was the creepiest one just because of like that room that it's in. That room just freaked me out too much.
Published 62 Goosebumps books, each of them as memorable as the last.
Bad Hair Day, that one freaked me out because of that rabbit. Trying to remember. There was one I remember. I saw the episode of it. I didn't read the book. There was an episode about this kid who like he had an imaginary friend, or that was like invisible, and it turned out that this kid, like, the world had been taken over by like aliens or something like that had eyes in the back of their heads. And this kid's imaginary friend was like the last actual human, like hiding in hiding. And that, like, the reveal at the end is the imaginary friend is a real person who turned him, like, an actual person, the kid that turned himself invisible. And like everyone's like has eyes in the back of their head, and like they tell like the kid you've been following the entire book is like, oh well, you'll take care of him, won't you? And you just see it was so fucking creepy. To this day, it's still, thinking about it just unnerves me. I wish I could remember what that episode was called, but I cannot for the life of me like remember it. Fuck. What was that one? It's gonna bother me not being able to remember that now.
Well,
He might talk about it in this.
Maybe not too memorable. Yeah, actually reading back on some of these, they can be kind of cheesy and a little goofy at times. I mean, keep in mind, this isn't horror made for us. And by us, I mean the general demographic of 18 to 30-year-olds. I mean, this was made for kids ages 7 and up. So, of course, most of the horror was dialed back to meet the expectations of children. Nowadays, I'd argue your average kid is desensitized to a lot of this stuff, like scary dolls coming to life. That's nothing. Have you ever seen Freddy fucking Fazbear? That dude is a zombie robot thing that'll just stuff your mangled body into an animatronic while you're still alive. Like, honestly, if some of these kids just went back in time and saw some of the shit that we were into, they'd laugh at us and just call us dweebs. But of course, as scary as the books were, we can't ignore the absolute classic television series that is Goosebumps.
That's true. I don't know what constitutes as kids' horror today. As I would have, like, maybe Five Nights at Freddy's. But I weirdly feel like what we use to scare kids now is both more terrifying and less terrifying. Because FNAF, like, the concept of FNAF is way scarier than anything that was used to scare me when I was a kid. But at the same time, like, I've seen videos for things like Garden of Bandits. Like, that's not scary. That game where you're in like a toy factory and the long-legged blue thing chases you. That's kind of scary. So like I don't know, like, outside of mascot horror, I don't really know what is used to scare kids, but mascot, like, Five Nights at Freddy's is really the only one I can name that's like actually scary.
Airing first in 1995 and ending in 1998, Goosebumps brought almost every book to life, as well as having their own ideas, making each one just an episode long. Now, you might think that half an hour might be too short to really capture every nuanced thing that made the original book it's basing itself on scary, and yeah, you'd be right. I mean, these books are short, don't get me wrong. They're all averaging around 120 pages each, which could be read by most people in about a day or two, but 120 pages condensed to 24 minutes? Well, I mean, hopefully that doesn't lead into anything awkward, right?
No! No! No!
Yeah, needless to say, the show was just about as cheesy as the books. Even for the 90s, this stuff was corny. Keep in mind, the 90s was a turning point in kids' media in general. It wasn't just Goosebumps changing
The cheese of that show is what made it so good, though. Like, it wasn't, I don't know, because like, by the time I was able to watch it, it was running on repeat. Like, it was only a once-a-year thing on, I think it was either Nickelodeon or it was Nickelodeon had the rights, and they would run repeats around Halloween. starting when I was like 9 or 10, I think. I don't know when they started doing the reruns, but it was super cheesy. But the cheese is what made it good, and the cheese is why it was like enjoyable.
The way horror was being made, but stuff like Mortal Kombat was changing the way we viewed video games. WWE was changing the way we viewed wrestling.
I should also mention though, I have a weird skewed vision of this because my parents were very, very lenient with what we watched as a kid. Like I remember watching South Park when I was like 5, which I definitely shouldn't have been doing. But at the same time, it was like I was an absolute bitch when it came to horror growing up. Like I was terrified of anything slightly scary. So I think that's why I liked Goosebumps so much, like the show, because it wasn't scary. It was cheesy. It was super cheesy, but it was also really cool. Like it was horror that didn't scare me, which is what I liked about it.
Simpsons changed the way we viewed cartoons, and a slew of other things made this otherwise violent content more available to kids. And when Goosebumps was coming out as a TV show, well, it was entering a bold new world, but also needed to be kid-friendly enough for mom and dads to be satisfied with. Still, I won't say the show wasn't scary. I actually really liked the episode titled The Haunted Mask, which was about, well, a haunted mask, and I think most people actually really enjoyed that episode. I think the mask is still very creepy, but the part where she tries to get it off her and she's just freaking out, noticing that part of her body is basically just becoming the mask, telling everyone that she's not herself anymore, and she slowly begins to transform into this horrible creature. I mean, that's just classic horror. And of course, how can you mention this episode without mentioning the absolute freaky scene where she visits the mask maker and there's just a bunch of floating masks and they have this distorted voice and they're just like begging her to join them, and it's so terrifying. It's still vivid in my memory to this day. I mean, have a look.
So all right, so I was just able to find it. Yeah, the episode I was talking about for the Goosebumps show is called "My Best Friend is Invisible." Hang on. Yeah. Hey, alrighty. Yeah. Yeah, this thing right here. Yeah, that right there. That is what the episode ends with, and even looking at it now, it is, oh god, this terrified me, because it's like a whole family that has that, and like just look at it. It's creepy. And the whole thing. Yeah, like it was just so unnerving to look at, and I hated it. 10 out of 10, the best episode, because it's the only one I remember that actually scared me.
Other than that, though, with the limited time each episode had to work with, give or take around extra 20 minutes if you're special enough, I think the show worked well for a sort of baby's first horror, if you will. Need I remind you that this stuff wasn't made for us. It was made for a new kind of horror audience, a much younger demographic. And while that doesn't excuse it for being bad or being totally cheesy, it was a one-of-a-kind experience. But that's not to say that adults like us can't enjoy Goosebumps. It is a very well-written show, and again, R.L. Stines is a very talented writer who knows what he's doing when it comes to the twists and turns, and there's still some spooky stuff that even us as adults can find totally eerie. They're a lot of fun, regardless of who they're made for. And I feel like that speaks in volumes of R.L. Stine's writing. It was like the Twilight Zone for us back then, except in color and not as boring. Nowadays, R.L. Stine still makes horror for a younger audience with his latest series called The Haunting Hour, hitting TV around 2014. And of course, we can't forget the recent Goosebumps movies that have been coming out in the past couple of years, featuring Jack Black as, of course, R.L. Stine's. Although I am a bit sad to say that Tim Jacobus' art has been replaced with newer iterations of the book's publishing. And I gotta say, I'm really not feeling it.
No.
They're just too colorful, and they just sort of lack that creepiness that made the...
You know, he's absolutely right. That new art for it is not as good. It's not as scary. It's just
old covers classic. Now they're just sort of modernized, and not in the best way. It's not that they're bad or anything. They're just not the first images that come to my head when I think horror, let alone Goosebumps. Oh well. Book covers might have changed, but the stories are still there. The show is still there. Here's to the man who got me into horror. May he continue to show everyone just what it means to get goosebumps.
God bless R.L. Stine. He is truly a national treasure.
This one might seem new to most of you, unless of course you're Hispanic and grew up in a Hispanic household just like me. See, back in the 90s and the 2000s, there was this massive show called Sábado Gigante that aired on Univision, a Latin American channel that hosted everything from drama to news to daytime talk shows, movies. Yeah, it was great. For my mom and dad, at least.
Pruébala. Es cocaína.
Yeah, even though I speak Spanish, I didn't really like what Univision used to air. Hell, I bet I still wouldn't like if I saw what they aired still. It's all just adult stuff, I used to think. Cartoon Network was still the channel for me, a growing, healthy kid. Though as much as I really didn't care for Univision, Sábado Gigante, or Gigantic Saturday, was a show I actually really didn't mind watching. There's just sort of a comforting nostalgia when I think back at Sábado Gigante, because I remember those calm Saturday nights, sitting close to everyone on the couch or on the floor. My entire family
I wonder where he's going
would
with
gather
this.
together, get some food or snacks, and watch this 4-hour long show. Yeah, you heard it right. 4 hours long. What the hell could they be doing for 4 hours? And what the hell is this show doing on Traumathon? Well, to answer your first question, Sábado Gigante was a sort of variety show that pretty much had everything. Hence the phrase, variety show. It had drama, it had comedy, contests, beauty pageants, lie detector tests, live concerts. I mean, Christ, you name it and they had it, and it was all presented by the legendary Don Francisco. It was a real melting pot of a show. Think of it like the Maury Povich Show meets Saturday Night Live, meets Ellen DeGeneres, meets Oprah, meets America's Got Talent.
This is a weird sounding show.
You really can't compare Sábado Gigante with anything, maybe except the massive party contained on TV. It was a unique experience that sadly got canceled in 2015. Although, as much as I enjoyed it, there was that one part of the show that I really hated. If you were a small little Mexican boy or girl at the time, then you'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Yeah, that's right. That slimy, ugly, trumpet-blowing creep El Chacal, or in English, the Jackal. See, towards the end of the show, they have a singing contest where contestants canceled anything to get this stupid asshole off the air. Fuck you, El Chacal. For some reason, gaming culture seems to attract a lot of outlandish and creepy theories. This is pretty recent, as with the rise of social media makes it easier for all of us to just throw out ideas like whether or not we killed Gary's Raticate in Pokemon Red or Blue, or if every Nintendo franchise somehow takes place in the same universe, you know, stuff like that. Then there's the theories that are made simply because the story itself necessitates it. Classic examples, of course, being Five Nights at Freddy's and Dark Souls. It's weird to compare the two, I know, but these are both games that don't really talk too much about their stories, but have a ton of clues scattered throughout their worlds to give you a glimpse into a much deeper lore that hides beneath. Theories are fun, if not sometimes stupid. Either way, I never really read a theory that's ever put me in a sour mood or got me so mad that I needed to rant about it. Because in the end, we're talking about video games. It's harmless in the end. Okay, This is the part where about like 300 people message me in the comments below about a theory that'll get me mad, like some SJW bullshit. I don't care about that. Listen, my point is, these theories make you think and seldom ever have any truth behind them, making us freely express ourselves to the fullest potential. Yet as creative and silly as many of these are, sometimes they hit so close to the truth that it's hard to imagine they'd be wrong. One such theory is the Squall is dead theory, a theory seemingly revolving itself around Final Fantasy VIII's main character.
So I've never played a Final Fantasy game. The closest I've ever played to them is Kingdom Hearts. And I've heard this theory before. I'll let him explain it, because probably do it in more depth than I can, because I don't know if Goose has actually played the game or not. The base concept is, the idea is the second half of the game is the guy you're playing as is dead, and everything you're seeing is like his brain shutting off, basically. It is such a neat concept. It's such a weird way to interpret the game. But from everything I've seen, it makes sense. And if you ask me, it probably is true.
Character Squall, who, as the theory suggests, met his tragic end halfway through the game as Ultimecia impaled Squall at the end of Disc 1. The theory goes that this fatal blow to Squall's chest ended up killing him instantly. If not that, then the fall did. Everything after Disc 1 is allegedly just a dream. One thing that helps prove this theory is Squall's wound being healed fully, as if he were never stabbed in the first place. Other evidence includes the inclusion of a new, never-before-seen being known as the Moombas, seemingly just coming out of nowhere. One of the other, more creepier evidence of this being the case is during the cutscene where Squall and Rinoa are sharing a beautiful moment together towards the end of the game. As a shooting star passes by, Rinoa points at it to Squall, and the two embrace lovingly. Yet, in this cutscene, we can see a different perspective. Rinoa, at the very same balcony, pointing at the same star in the sky, can just be seen alone on that balcony. No one is there with her. It could be argued that Squall is just out of frame, but it's hard to say, as the camera eventually just dies. Yet, it's important to note that Squall was never caught on camera previously as this cutscene went on. But then comes this real kicker, the thing that almost solidifies this theory, which is the part where Squall is lost within the time compression after fighting Ultimecia. You explore around a little bit before you're given this strange psychedelic cutscene that makes Squall question who he is. This cutscene is supposed to illustrate time and space leaving Squall behind, but
I don't know how, if this is like a true theory or not. But hot damn, does this almost makes me want to go and play this game. Like I said, I've never played this game before, and I don't know if it's true or not. But rehearing all of this just makes me more want to look into it more, and like do my own deep dive.
For some, it's an indicator of Squall losing his memories and his identity as he begins to slowly drift into the darkness that is eternal death. It's really a terrifying cutscene. Everything's so blurry. Rinoa begins to become this scary blob of nothingness, while some shots are repeated over and over again, illustrating this time loop that Squall is trapped in, this infinite spiral of memories and darkness. And then, as the cutscene reaches its climax, everything comes collapsing inwards and starts flashing different cutscenes prior as Rinoa starts to approach the camera over and over again, and she's way more distorted and indistinguishable.
Is this actually like from the actual game? Is this like actually the cutscene? Because this is actually unsettling. This is terrifying. I don't.
Until finally everything sort of snaps as Rinoa's spacesuit visor breaks, which is a haunting image, honestly. It sort of seems like she's been dead for years out in space, just floating there. It's really a haunting image, even if we take the Final Fantasy context.
See, that's not the image
just to be
I've always
forever
known
alone
from
in
this.
space. Nothing to...
Everyone talks about the faceless Squall, like it's like completely devoid of anything. Or it's like his entire like head's been like carved out. I don't know how to describe it.
See, nothing to do, dying slowly until your corpse eventually decays.
only it'd probably be super preserved, as there are no insects or microorganisms out there in space to eat your flesh, so you're just a pale body forever floating out there. Oh, and let's not forget the classic faceless squall.
Yep, that thing. That is the bit that everyone talks about. Everything I've ever seen that talks about this game, it's this. This is what they mention.
Wow, that's really creepy. I actually only just started recently playing Final Fantasy VIII. Well, recently as in like 8 or 7 years ago. But I always thought this image of Squall was some fan-made thing for a creepypasta or some other thing. But no, it's real. It's in the game and it's just as haunting as ever. Probably even more so now that we know that the context is just Squall losing all sense of reality, time, space, and memories, and everything in between. Though if we were to take this theory that Squall is dead seriously, then this is the image of Squall finally coming to terms with his death as he realizes that his body is just an empty husk, soulless and rotting. It's a very haunting image, and if you were a kid playing this, as I'm sure most of us were, you probably really scared the shit out of yourself. It's also just a really intense cutscene. Like, you've never really seen this from anybody else other than Square Enix. At the time, they were the pioneers of FMVs, or full motion videos.
I won't lie, just watching this whole cutscene, like, in its entirety right there, it is super surreal and a bit of a fever dream, and I guess you can say, like, overloads the senses, or overstimulates. That's the phrase I'm looking for. It kind of overstimulates you into, like, being unnerved by it. So it works super well because of that.
They would dedicate minutes, if not almost an hour, of gameplay time to just cutscenes, which, during that time period, there were no cutscenes. At this point, it really felt like a movie. Nowadays, that's a negative thing, but back then, people would really actually advertise how much of the gameplay is cutscenes, and people enjoyed that. I'm not sure why, but they did. Probably because it was such a new thing, and
that's exactly why. It was a whole new concept, and it wasn't expected. It wasn't the standard, so people really, it was this new thing, and it just made the story better to experience.
Honestly, this cutscene still holds up. I mean, it is so weird, so experimental, so strange and horrifying. It really brings this sort of anxiety to you, this strange feeling in your gut that something's just wrong, something's just beyond comprehension. It is something so very...
Weirdly enough, so obviously this game was on the PlayStation 1, and honestly, these cutscenes aged super well. Like, obviously, it's not the best 3D animation, but it's also 3D animation from, like, the 90s, so you got to give it some leeway for that. But the low poliness of it actually really feeds into this, like, this cutscene way better with age. And it almost makes it adds to the surrealness, I guess you could say. And it does make, like, the low, I don't want to say low effort, the low poly animation, despite aging really well, like, it looking better than it should. It really like the low quality of it really shines with this cutscene from when I'm seeing of it.
Very haunting, and it stays with you for the rest of your life. But of course, now this is the part where I ruin everything. This theory is not true, which is unfortunate or very fortunate depending on how you see it. Yeah, it just had to be spoiled by the man who produced the game himself, Yoshinori Kitase. This was taken by a surprisingly interesting interview conducted by Kotaku, where he pretty much debunks a ton of other theories, such as Squall is dead and the fact that you could revive Aerith. Yet, it is interesting to note that while Kitase's plan was never to imply that Squall is dead, he does actually think the theory is really interesting, and he implies that he might even take that idea into consideration should he ever remake the game again. So while the theory is dead, no pun intended, it's still both fun and very terrifying to think about. And it's all enhanced by the wonderful cutscenes found in Final Fantasy VIII, and who knows,
maybe in the future we might see an FF8 remake that'll include an alternate ending, one that I believe would enhance the story tenfold.
See, my thing with that, the idea of a Final Fantasy VIII remake would be, because I know the 7 remake was really popular, but people didn't like that, like some of the aspects of it were changed. So it's one of those, I would almost say it's like a yes and no type deal. Like you would almost have to have an option for, like, if you want the purest form of, like, I want the classic story, or it's like, oh no, I want this alternate story. Or I don't know how, like, because part of me says, like, no, don't change it up like that. Like, keep it how it was. But at the same time, I really like this idea.
This is the sound you hear when something's gone wrong. It's the sound all of us heard when the clouds were gray and the rain starts pouring heavily. Sometimes it's the sound we hear before we're told that someone's gone missing, or perhaps someday it'll be the sound we hear before the nukes drop. As scary as that scenario is, the EAS, or the Emergency Alert System, was built to warn us of either ongoing situations or emergencies that were going to occur. When I was a kid, I usually hear the EAS go off when I skipped school. See, back in the 90s and early 2000s, not a lot of people stayed home. Usually those who stayed home were kids ditching school, people who got injured at work, or house moms with nothing better to do. Obviously, this meant that this was the perfect time to test the EAS, and boy, did that ever make me regret skipping school.
That is actually 100% true. The only times I remember actually hearing this, outside of, like, if it actually had to go off, was if I was homesick. I don't remember ever actually hearing it, like, when I was watching TV after I got home from school or on the weekends. It was...
Why exactly did it even make that sound? What was the deal behind it? Well, interestingly enough, that horrible screech at the beginning of the alert is apparently digitized code called the digital header, and it's meant to communicate with the system what kind of threat they're in, what area it's affecting, and just how long the threat will last. The digital header is repeated 3 times in order for the system to catch any mistakes it might have made. The source of these broadcasts all come from different sources, yet once these sources find a reason to display a message and warn the people, it automates a message to that area affected. So, for example, one such source could be from the National Weather Service, and they suddenly find a tornado somewhere in, I don't know, North Carolina, Wake County. The system will then automate a message telling the EAS to make the message, then the EAS then screeches 3 times to make sure that the message is right, and well, basically, it just works the same way dial-up internet used to work back in the day, you know, when that was a thing. It's communicating back and forth.
I do remember there was one time where, like, the EAS actually went off for a real emergency, growing up. I lived in Alaska for 8 years as a kid, and the EAS actually went off because there was a tsunami off the coast, and so we got the alert system for it, and that really freaked me out because it wasn't for nothing. It was like an actual thing, and that I was living in Anchorage. We were nowhere near the ocean, but it still scared us. It still made me worried.
Between the source and the area. It's bad enough that I'm scared of tornadoes, but now I gotta listen to this banshee-like screech from a computer. And keep in mind, this sound is supposed to keep us safe and aware.
Yeah, I'm aware, alright, aware of the stains on my fucking underwear, asshole. Now, of course, as horrifying as that sound is, nothing can compare to local access alerts, which is something a lot like emergency alert systems, only it was more local and was dealt with local authorities and anybody else who was currently in a position of power to alert the community. Local alert systems were soon replaced by emergency alert systems, but man, I feel for anybody who actually heard the local alert systems because these seem way more terrifying.
This is the 18th Wing Command Post. As of 1500 local, the 18th Wing Commander has declared tropical conditions storm watch for Okinawa.
Wow. Satan, is that you? You gotta keep in mind that even though the emergency alert system came out in 1997, local access alerts still helped everyone else that weren't affected by emergency alert systems. It didn't all come in at once. It had to be rolled out slowly, one by one in each city, and of course major cities had them first, as opposed to much smaller rural areas. But again, this sound worked largely in the same way emergency alert systems work. They're digital headers that told you info and communicated with the entire community what they needed to do in case of the emergency. Honestly, as fascinating as the digital header itself is, that never really stopped me from fearing what message.
The digital header, the only thing that would freak me out with it was there was always this like deep older man's voice that would read it and like list off whatever counties. Actually, now that I mention it, we had a lot of these for tornado watches when I was in Kentucky. And they just like those were unsettling just because of like the voice that would read them, not because of the alert itself. Like that voice just made me uncomfortable.
The creepy voice had to say. It's always either a very muffled up man from nowhere telling you how you'll be dying this evening, or some robot with little to no empathy or remorse about however you're going to die. Pick your poison. Nowadays,
that is actually that is a perfect description of what that voice was and why it freaked me out. Why it was so unsettling to me.
I seldom ever hear this message on TV anymore, especially since, I don't really pay for TV. I think most of us don't. Although I still hear it, just on my cell phone. It's pretty much for the same reasons too. Bad weather, child gone missing, some other horrible disaster, and Jesus Christ, do kids go missing in North Carolina? Can I just mention that real quick? Like, while I was living there with my parents, oh god, as soon as I got my cell phone, that thing went off like every night about some other child going missing. What is with you people? What, is there a kids sale for Food Lion or something? Like, well, though it's not just to warn you of weather or missing kids, but it can also warn you of other disasters as well, though they're not as frequent. So I wouldn't worry about this sound being the last thing you hear anytime soon, though accidents can happen. As was shown in Hawaii one January morning in 2018, somehow the person who was supposed to test the emergency alerts.
I actually had a friend from middle school who she was living in Hawaii when this happened. I remember asking her, I was like, hey, how did you handle that? She's like, oh, I saw it and just went back to bed. And apparently that's what a lot of people did. They paid no mind to it. They was like, all right, well, if I'm about to die, I'm about to die.
System accidentally clicked on the warn everyone that they're about to die from nuclear arms button. A common mistake. Though it doesn't have to be an accidental thing. Sometimes the EAS can just go off for fun. Like that one time someone hacked into the EAS and warned everyone that there was a zombie invasion.
Or the ballistic missile test also reminds me of like that one time where like Trump decided to like text everyone. I don't know, like for some reason the ballistic missile test thing, just that, and the president can just text you whenever he wants. Just both are on like the same level of like that. Why though? To me.
Civil authorities in your area have reported that the bodies of the dead are rising from their graves and attacking the living. Follow the messages on screen that will be updated as information becomes available. Do not attempt to approach or apprehend these bodies as they are considered extremely dangerous.
Boy, I'd feel bad for any snot-nosed brat that skipped school that day. Probably thought that shit was real.
I'm shocked at how well imitated that voice was, because that's exactly what the voice that like we would hear. That's exactly how it sounded. So it's a very well done impersonation.
But hey, let's not forget, America isn't the only country in the world shitting their pants over this shit. All across the globe, people hear different types of screeching noises from their own personal emergency alert system. Whether or not they work similarly to America's is really unknown to me, but if I had to hazard a guess, probably. Either way, they're just as scary, if not worse, than America's EAS. Let's take a listen to a few of them, shall we?
I really appreciate the flat, like the coming in and out warning. That is very 90s-esque. This alert sound is not as, I guess you could say, scary or alarming to me, though.
Hello, John Sluter again from the Bureau with the latest situation on...
This Israel's, you guys aren't doing it, but that's not making me concerned or aware. It's unsettling. It's very unsettling. It's an unnerving sound. But I would not call that a scary sound. I would not call that something that catches my attention right away. It's like, oh, I gotta pay attention right now. I don't know what country this is. A decent sound,
Do
though.
not be alarmed. You have just heard the important message signal of the public warning system. There are two other signals of the public warning system, namely the alarm and all clear signals.
What's weird is this is like shifting audio sounds. Like I've got headphones on right now, and it is bouncing from the left to the right. Both of the this country's alert system bounces from ear to ear, which I did not expect. 3D audio, whatever you're supposed to call it. This sound works. It's not invasive. It's not annoying. It's not unsettling. It works. It gets your attention. It's like, well, what the hell is this noise coming from? Whatever country, I don't know what country this is. I don't recognize that flag. But they have a good emergency alert system.
The all clear signal is sounded when the threat is over and you can leave the shelter.
This is the Wartime Broadcasting Service. This country has been attacked with nuclear weapons. Communications have been severely disrupted, and the number of casualties and the extent of the damage are not yet known. We shall bring you further information as soon as possible. Meanwhile, stay tuned to this wavelength, stay calm, and stay in your own house. Remember, there's nothing to be gained by trying to get away. By leaving your homes, you could be exposing yourselves to greater danger. If you leave, you may find yourselves without food.
This is such... I don't like this one. Not just because it's because of a nuclear war, which is obviously terrifying, but like it's just the calm monotoneness of it all. It just makes me feel uneasy. It fills me with more dread than it does comfort.
Without water, without accommodation, and without protection.
And of course, my absolute favorite one, the Russian EAS that just straight up flashes up and says warning while this horrible noise is just blasting through your TV screen.
2 метра в секунду.
Russians really aren't with it, man. He's right though. This is a funny, like this is almost like a high schooler's attempt at making something like this. Is it going to specify what the warning's for though? Oh yeah.
These are all pretty bad. And I was actually going to end off by showing you Japan's EAS, which I felt was the most relaxing and calmest way to tell you you're gonna die. But then I found out that they have an infinitely scarier one, and Yeah, take a listen.
Why does this sound like something you'd hear in like Zelda? Why does Japan just go with like it sounds like a notification from like you just unlocked something in a video game.
緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。緊急地震速報です。強い揺れに警戒してください。
Thank you. It's good to know I just unlocked. It's good to know I just unlocked the next level to this dungeon.
速報です。福島県、宮城県、山形県。
This one is more disturbing, but I would like to know when this alarm is set off. Like what determines which alarm you're gonna give? That's my immediate thought with this. Like just hearing that right away, it is not a nice sound. I take this sound a lot more seriously. I guess you could say that.
Whether it's a zombie apocalypse or someone's kid getting snatched up, one thing's for certain. This sound is among the scariest sounds we'll ever hear. And if I had to argue, it's not just because it sounds scary, but let's face it, the message that it can bring sometimes is twice as scary than whatever sound it can make. Sometimes on Traumathon, I like to keep it simple. Sure, we can talk about, I don't know, the history of a serialized novel, or maybe we can talk about the reasons why a national broadcast system sounds so scary, or we can just sit here with a thumb up our asses and just talk about some actual scary shit that just happened one time in a video game. And that's exactly what we're going to do today. See, back in the early 2000s, Scooby-Doo was a big thing, and don't ask me why, I legit don't know why. The franchise has been around since the 70s, and somehow, through the magic of syndication, I guess, it grew into something even bigger with spin-off after spin-off, toys, movies.
I do remember that because Scooby-Doo was really big when I was a kid, and it's weird because you had like a lot of Cartoon Network did a lot of like the older movies. Like I remember watching out of like these ones right here, Legend of the Vampire, Zombie Island, Cyber Chase, Aloha Scooby-Doo. Like I remember all of those always being on Cartoon Network. I also remember that you had shows like you had the classic cartoon and A Pup Named Scooby-Doo were always on repeat. Like that's what they filled in. Like they're like blank. Like they're basically if like they didn't have like a newer show on, you just get like an older Scooby-Doo cartoon was put in that slot. And God, what else was it that was like that made it really popular? Obviously, you had the movies that came out then, and then you had like every Halloween, it was just Scooby. Like you had like that fairy godmother or witch godmother show movie. I do not remember the name of, but people loved it. And Scooby-Doo, that was like all you had for like on Cartoon Network during Halloween.
These, I don't know, maybe albums, if I'm pretty sure that existed. The 80s and 90s was a peak point of Scooby-Doo as multiple revivals came out of nowhere with
A Pup Named Scooby-Doo was the best spin-off show. It slapped. I don't know what it was about it, but it just slapped.
Pup Named Scooby-Doo, Scooby-Doo in the Ghoul School, Scooby-Doo and the Reluctant Werewolf.
The Ghouls, so all those weird spin-offs they did where it was just Shaggy and Scooby, none of them were good. Like all of them were just boring.
And Scooby Mania really just ramped up towards the end of the 90s when seemingly every single year a brand new Scooby-Doo animated movie would come out, all being pretty well animated and even being sometimes decent. Things haven't really changed nowadays, have they? I think every single year since the 2000s there has been at least one feature-length animated Scooby-Doo movie, hasn't there? Though I do think the animation and the quality has definitely dipped down a bit. But going back to the early 2000s, everything exploded when Scooby-Doo had its very first live-action movie called Scooby-Doo and the Scooby-Doo. To be honest, I actually kind of enjoyed the film as a kid, and even now as an adult, I actually still...
this movie, the original Scooby-Doo movie, it was good when I was a kid, and it is aged like fine wine. It's one of those nostalgic. It's kind of like Shrek, right? Like, you go back, like, there were a lot of jokes that we didn't get in Shrek as kids, and you go back and you watch it now, and it's like, there's a lot of adult humor in this. This movie's the same way, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure because it's made by James Gunn, if you didn't know, and I'm pretty sure he wanted it to be like an R-rated movie. Like, he wanted to do an actual horror film, not a kid's movie with it. So he got as much as he could squeezed into it from his original idea.
I think the movie's pretty charming. I mean, sure, fart jokes, the typical story, stupid CG. I mean, it's made for kids, not for the Oscars, but give it a fucking break. It knows what it is. I even rewatched it just recently, and really, I don't think it's that bad. I wouldn't even say that it's great, but if I'm ever in the mood, I wouldn't mind watching it again. Now, of course, with all this newfound marketability that Scooby-Doo had and suddenly garnered, and with the live-action film garnering over $275 million in the box office, it was a no-brainer to have a sequel to the film. And a sequel there was. Scooby-Doo 2: Monsters Unleashed. Of course, with any film with a seemingly endless potential of financial gain, promotional material has to be made. Sure,
I'll be honest, I don't think I've ever actually seen the sequel, but I've also heard it's not good.
we had the Burger King Kids Meal toys and the bad video game or two, but the one I want to talk about tonight is, of course, the point-and-click flash game known as Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolzanian. The main point of the game is to get you to watch the movie. Help Scooby-Doo Escape from the Coolsville Museum. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time saying that. I've actually recorded this 30 times now. Coolsville. I don't know why I'm saying Coolsville. What the hell's wrong with me? Oh, you got a fucking dick in your mouth. It's a simple game that has a few brain teasers here and there, as seen in most popular point-and-click games. Not many people talk about it because, well, what is there to talk about, really? Well, there is one thing that we can talk about, and it's something I think is unnecessarily creepy, and honestly, kind of fucked up. See, after you're done solving your first room of the game, you're taken to a room with ancient Egyptian motif called the Mummy Archives. As you solve puzzles between the two rooms separated by the sarcophagus room, you will eventually stumble upon a crowbar. See, without the crowbar, you're unable to open the sarcophagus in the center of the room. And up until now, you're pretty much told.
See, this is where I feel like I missed something as a kid because, hey, welcome to the show, man. How's it going? Because as a kid, I don't remember this. I don't remember this being a thing, like this show. I don't remember hearing anything about it. I don't remember anyone telling me about it. Like, I don't remember anyone talking about it. It was just such a... I guess you could say obtuse thing.
That everything you click has some meaning, some clue to help you to get by the level. So, of course, logic stands to reason that if you use the crowbar on the sarcophagus, it's likely to have a clue or a puzzle piece to help you advance to the next room, right? Well, here's what happens when you actually open the sarcophagus.
And just a reminder for anyone that joins us, just a reminder, we are also taking live calls and viewer conversations if you are interested in that. So if you want to have a conversation about just about anything, join the Discord, linked in the description, and let's chat. Let's have a talk. I was not paying attention. That got me. It startled me a little bit. Also, fucked up to put into a kid's game.
Wow. Holy shit, that's fucked up. Like I said, the game thus far made you trust it, made you think that everything you picked up was part of the game and it was part of solving the entire thing, and it's needed to move on. Not this though, there's really no purpose for this crowbar, this sarcophagus, like at all. It's all just a huge red herring. What's even more messed up is the fact that they really play up to the atmosphere of this scare. The music goes totally quiet. All you can hear is the scribbling from the writing that's appearing before you. As the message is being sprawled out, you get a pretty creepy vibe from it all. It's so totally dark. All you can hear is the scribbling on the wall, And the message itself is kind of creepy when you actually read it, warning you about this creature following right behind you. But by the time the message gets to the end,
God damn it, I was not fucking...
It's too late. Keep in mind, too, this is a Scooby-Doo game. Scooby-Doo isn't really scary. I mean, sure, it can be for babies, and some of the monsters are kind of creepy. Though for the 99% of the human population that isn't scared of Scooby-Doo, your guard is totally down. Like, nobody really expects a jump scare from a Scooby-Doo game. It's the last thing on your mind, and then bam! You get hit with this horrible apparition. This face comes up half a second after the last word is written too, and it's pretty devious when you think about it. Look how small this text is. And sure, it's legible from where you're sitting, but keep in mind, this is how the game actually looked on most monitors back in 2004, so you really had to get up close to read it back then when it was being written. The message goes away so fast that you might even think that you must have missed a clue, right? After all, the game hasn't given you a red herring before, so why would it do so now? So you check again, preparing yourself for that jump scare, enduring that hellish scream and that ghoulish face, all for the sake of beating this game, only to find out the message really doesn't have any meaning whatsoever. It's just nothing at all. Before you can even conceive that info, though, this horrible white mummy thing, I don't know what the hell to call it, comes up and scares the ever-living shit out of you for the second time. I gotta admit, it's a good scare, albeit cheap. For some of you, this might be your very first jump scare ever.
Alright, we're going to
you really have my
fast
sympathy.
forward through the rest of this.
It's odd to say, but this Scooby-Doo Flash game has probably one of the most effective. And by the way, I really liked that movie a lot as a kid, and it really spooked me too when I was a child.
Zombie Island, peak horror, peak child horror. It is still to this day my favorite Scooby-Doo movie because it was just so good. And the animation, it had no right being as well done as it was.
I know I'm not alone on that either, but a lot of people already have talked about Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island, so I'm wondering if you guys want to hear me talk about it too. Let me know in the comments. Imagine this, if you will. One night, just summer's eve, you're having a ton of fun with your console, playing Smash Brothers or maybe some other Nintendo 64 game, or maybe even PS1. You're just sitting there having the time of your life when suddenly someone or something kicks your console by accident, or maybe they trip over the wire, and without you really fully understanding what happened,
what the fuck?
the screen corrupts and does a bunch of weird shit that freaks you out so much that you run over the console and unplug it, thinking the evil was contained within the console, whatever was trying to get out. Well, hopefully you didn't do that, because that just sounds like something a caveman would do, aka me, because that's exactly what happened to me as a kid while I was playing Smash Brothers on the Nintendo 64. Everything was corrupted, and the noise
We're gonna
the
fast
TV
forward
was
through
making
this
was
section.
just from the magnitude of it isn't really widely trying to punish the console itself. Or maybe you bought an illegal version of the game and the console itself is just trying to punish you for trying to feed it garbage. There are a multitude of reasons why these, what I call kill screens, happen. The term kill screen isn't really an official one, but it's one I heard a lot as a QA tester back when I used to do quality assurance for games. Kill screens can happen, like I said, when something isn't functioning right. And if you ever hear your game make this noise, that means there is a critical error that could be potentially damaging your system. So I was advised to unplug the console.
Weirdly enough, the only time I've ever heard that thing, like that noise in a game, is playing a Bethesda game on an Xbox. Specifically Fallout 4, but granted, when I play Fallout 4, I play it with a bunch of mods installed, so that's probably why I get that noise. But that is literally the only time I've ever heard that noise be made, is through Bethesda games.
Console I was working at whenever that happened. And I'm not sure if I can advise that with you because keep in mind I was working with current gen consoles when I was a QA tester, so maybe that advice doesn't really work with everything, and these were American machines, so you know, take that with a grain of salt. I was just told to do that. Thankfully that rarely happens with most games nowadays, thanks to how it
What I will say is, at least from my experience, if you have that noise, if you just exit out of the application, should be fine. Should be. I haven't had any long-standing issues.
Advanced technology is now, but even with all our advancements, that shit can still happen. And I want to focus on that weird and scary stuff that happens with game consoles, you know, the scary sounds that they used to make, as well as the various kill screens, error screens, and boot up screens that haunted us in our youth. Because honestly, it's a bit of a hobby of mine to check out some of the freaky shit that these consoles or games do sometimes even in secret. Now, unfortunately, the topic of today was a bit too much, especially since what I'll be talking about tonight has a ton of info on it that is basically needed for a video on its own, so I decided to cut this video up in 2 separate pieces. Hopefully you guys watch both, and hopefully you get equally horrible boot up screen that is.
See, this noise... Hang on, because I feel like there's context we're missing.
Boot up. With that being said, let's talk about the wonderful yet equally horrible boot up screen that is the PlayStation.
See, my big issue with this one, especially as a kid, was just it was too loud. It was an assault on the ears. It just like didn't matter how loud your TV was. This was just horribly, horribly painful to listen to.
Good God, I hated the PS1 boot up sound so much. Even now as an adult, that shit still gives me the creeps. I never understood why people always said that it was so nostalgic and calming for them. Like, I get it, it's nostalgic, but I mean, the sound that I always heard from THX's horrible, horrible intro was always nostalgic to me too, but I still hate that thing. Though there is something about the BIOS that I found super interesting while I was looking into it.
The THX noise was also one that the sound was just an assault on the ears, and I hated it. Did not matter when or where or how or what your volume was at, what kind of TV you were on, if it was DVD or VCR, was just pain. Pure, unadulterated pain.
See, it's interesting because there are 2 unique and somewhat secretive sounds that the PS1 plays as it boots up a game that either is pirated or corrupted. I never knew about this until I started researching for this video, and these 2 sounds, I'm not even joking, are called Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. But why? Who would name it this? Well, I gotta give props to whoever named it that, because the sounds these 2 make are pretty horrible, and that's no hyperbole. The names are appropriate for the sound that they are attached to. Take a listen to Fearful Harmony, which plays when you have a bootleg or pirated disc or a modded console.
I weirdly like that. Like it's definitely like I feel like if I was a kid, it would scare me. It would definitely make me unnerved, unsettled. But it's also a weirdly enjoyable sound to me now. Yeah, even with the extra sound, like I still like how it sounds. All right, now it's just starting to become an assault on the eardrums. Now it's starting to become unnerving. That's enough of that.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm not joking. I legit would have just thrown out my console if I heard that. Seriously, that is a haunted piece of hardware right there. I ain't dealing with that. But to be more technical, the PS1 is essentially trying its best to read whatever you have inserted it, but the BIOS is failing miserably, making the entire console lag terribly and making the chimes seem much slower than they usually are. There's some speculation as to why exactly Fearful Harmony plays when the console tries to read corrupted data. You know, aside from creeping out kids and making them ever regret modding or pirating games, but apparently, in Japanese culture, strong winds carry evil spirits and disease, so it is believed. So having wind chimes help ward off these negative energies from your home. In a way, the PS1 is playing these sounds in an attempt to protect you from dark and malevolent energies. It might be a bit of a stretch, but I thought that was an interesting enough tidbit that I wanted to mention it. Though most talk and speculation around Fearful Harmony is just that, talk and speculation. Nobody really knows why this sound plays, but others really suggest that it's just the main sound, the boot up sound that is, but just stretched on over. Remember, I did say the boot up was very laggy, so it's playing the same animation that it should, but it's very, very slow, and you can see that in some of the videos that have Fearful Harmony. And of course, we can't forget about the little brother of Fearful Harmony, known as Personified Fear. Seriously, I cannot emphasize how weird these names really are. By the way, just to clarify, Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear, these aren't official names given to the files or whatever audio is playing. It's just fan-made names given to these sounds. But still, whoever came up with it, kind of...
Well then, I'm curious about what was the actual name of the sound then? You know, like I feel like that kind of takes away from it kind of takes away from the shock of them, but it also at the same time, like I want to know what were they actually called then, you know?
Kind of a dick. Anyways, Personified Fear plays only when there's an error reading the disc. The screen goes to black and plays a pretty spooky sound. I hear this one is supposedly a rare sound to hear, but I call bull on that.
Oh,
there's a ton of...
I was expecting him to play the sound. I guess not.
Kids who had these in the 90s, and for the most of us, it was our first disc-based console, meaning most of us probably smudged or scratched our discs because we were idiot kids who didn't really know any better. Seriously, raise your hand if you tried to put your PS1 disc inside of a CD player. I know some of you did that. It's kind of interesting.
It was me. I did that. Not for PlayStation 1 though, PlayStation 2. Nothing happened though, it didn't work.
When you really think about it. I like to consider the PS1 a pioneer of horror games, you know? A ton, and I mean a ton of horror classics came straight from the PS1, if not found their footing with the PS1. It's kind of hard to believe that the console that was innovating fear and horror in video games also had its deep, dark secrets with these horrifying sounds that I don't think any of us as kids would ever want to hear. Today we'll be looking at a few spooky error screens from past games and maybe a few screens in general that were just straight up terrifying but in no way related to an error. This is sort of a continuation from the video we did yesterday, so if you want to check that out, just click on the link on the top right. Alright, let's start this video off with every single 6th generation console. And by that, of course, I mean GameCube, PS2, and Xbox. First, let's talk about the GameCube.
The GameCube probably had the least terrifying startup screen of this entire generation. Like there was nothing creepy about it, except for the noise that it made when like there was no disc inside the console and like it went to the like options settings menu. That was unsettling. That was disturbing. Like just the noise it made when it transitioned to it, not Nothing else besides that. That noise right there, that's what I was talking about. That is like the only thing that was unsettling about this console. Nothing else in its startup I would consider creepy. But like that noise would just give me like a chill.
I actually really didn't like the GameCube startup. I mean, sure, the classic little xylophone, stupid little Easter egg sounds, yeah, sure, charming. But whenever you had a disc error or no disc at all, it did this whole rotation thing. And, it was just really scary with the string sounds or something. I don't know what it is, but that sound just always freaked me out. It didn't really help that it was followed by this weird ambient music, which I know when sped up is supposed to be some Easter egg that's supposed to be referencing the Famicom, but that doesn't really matter to me because keep in mind, this was around the 2000s where literally nobody knew about that.
I want to know, what the hell is that stock footage she was showing? Was that GameCube ads? Like what? Who is advertising a GameCube? Like, hang on, we're gonna mute this audio real quick. Who is advertising the GameCube like that? Like, where are these ads being played? Because this is like obscenely terrifying and unnerving for a child's video game console. A console made for children, bear in mind. Like, who greenlit those advertisements if that's GameCube ads?
Really, nobody knew about that at all. To us kids, it was just a weird, eerie sound, and it's just kind of off-putting. It also didn't help when you tried playing with the Game Boy player with no game inserted. It also gave you this really punishing and kind of horrible sound. Whoa, Jesus, calm down.
Yeah, that's aggressive. That was an aggressive noise. I didn't have a Game Boy player, so that was aggressive.
And I forgot. My God, you don't need to make me shit myself. This is like the equivalent of your dad yelling at you for fucking up. I mean, what do you expect? I'm a kid. Then, of course, we have the PlayStation consoles. I already covered the PS1 yesterday with Fearful Harmony and Personified Fear. Yeah, they're pretty bad sounds, but the PS2 isn't much better. And it still has that horrifying, ear-shattering sound that's just way too loud for comfort.
This noise was unsettling, but it was mostly unsettling when like there was a disc error.
Yeah, seriously, how many of you tried to sneak into your living room or into your bedroom with your TV on and you tried to play some like PS2 games around 10 or 11 p.m. around your bedtime, and then that sound just blares right in front of your...
This console absolutely made it to where there was no sneaking in late night gaming, because you could hear that from anywhere in the house at any time of day. And mom was gonna wake up and she was gonna find you.
And just like, oh, great, now everyone in the neighborhood knows that I'm a liar. What makes it worse is when you have a disc inserted to the PS2 that isn't a PS2 game. It gives you this real ominous blood red screen known as the red screen of death. It's so...
There was just something about this that did, like, it was almost an existential horror to me. Like, seeing this and hearing the noise, it horrified me. It made me think I did something wrong. And I did not like seeing it at all. It was just one of those things that was like, you saw it, like, I would rush to, like, reset the console or turn it off to try to figure out what I did wrong. And, like, try to fix it.
Eerie and weird, and keep in mind, a lot of us kids played with the lights off, and we ain't even have that stupid strip lights literally everyone on TikTok has nowadays. We just sort of let the screen bask us in its light, but seeing this in the middle of the dark, I mean, that must have been terrifying. Granted, the PS2 isn't so bad when compared to the previous iteration, but it can still be pretty spooky. They also don't have any equivalent to the Personified Fear or Fearful Harmony sounds, thank God, though the BIOS can get corrupted and play otherworldly sounds. Really, any BIOS from any console can corrupt and make horrible sounds, and if I did a video on that, then it'd last for hours, so let's just move on.
The Xbox noise was an assault on the ears. That's all I can say about it. Like, it wasn't creepy. It wasn't it didn't unnerve me in any way like the PlayStation did. It was just an assault on the eardrum. But I really thought this opening animation was super cool.
And of course, you can't forget the Xbox boot up. You know, honestly, I never really found the Xbox boot up to be all that scary. Though I hear a lot of people get scared and hated seeing the Xbox boot up whenever it turned on. I personally really like the boot up a lot. I guess in a way this is like how...
I do remember one big scary thing about the Xbox though was like there was like weird... If you just stayed in this menu for a long enough time, like weird noises would start being played. And I remember seeing a few videos a few years ago where like people were talking about how that freaked them out. I didn't know that was a thing until I was already an adult. But God, I also wish just consoles would go back to having neat interfaces like this. Like the Xbox had such a cool user interface. That's such a cool startup screen. The PlayStation 2 had such a neat startup. And I wish consoles would go back to that. But no. We don't get that anymore, and it pisses me off. I hate the slimming down and like corporatiz. I don't even want to say corporate. I don't know how you would put it, but basically like this cool funkiness that you used to get is no longer a thing, and it upsets me.
Some people really like the PS1 and PS2 startup, saying that it's very calming and relaxing, while others just think it's really creepy and weird, like me. I personally always really enjoy the bubbly reactor core and how it explodes. It's just so cool. I also hear that there's an Easter egg with the startup screen that hasn't even been discovered yet, so that'll be cool to find out, if we ever find out. Though Xbox doesn't really seem to have a kill screen or error screen that was just as spine-tingling like its colleagues, but there are some creepy sounds that can be found deep within the console. Well, I mean, as deep as the main menu of the console goes. See, in the background of the BIOS screen...
Hi there, welcome to the show there, bucko.
Noises playing in the background. According to Microsoft, this was implemented into the ambience of the menu screen in order to give off the impression that the Xbox was an otherworldly device, unlike anything we've seen before. Yet for a lot of people, these sounds were super eerie and unsettling. I mean, really, take a listen.
We are discussing child... Yeah, see, like this is the exact kind of noise I was talking about. If you're just joining the show, we're here going over some childhood trauma stuff provided by the lovely GooseBoose, and we're taking show calls and having conversations. And this noise is exactly what I was talking about. Like I didn't know weird noises like this were a thing on the Xbox until just a few years ago, I would say. And it's just a weird thing that you didn't, who finds this? Who has the time to discover this? Okay, this is unnerving. That is an unnerving sound. And I'm kind of really glad that I did not discover that when it was a thing. Or when I was younger, because I probably would have never touched my Xbox again. We're just gonna... Yeah. Yeah, no, that is definitely no more touching the Xbox noise for me. Talk.
Thought these sounds were even scary at all. I actually dig these sounds, and I get a huge wave of nostalgia myself. Polar opposite reaction to the PS1 and PS2. I know, but I grew up with the Xbox and GameCube. I guess my bias is in play here. For me, it felt very homey and very spacious, like I really am in another world. I don't know how to explain it, but that's just how it is. But
that is true. Like, there was something about the Xbox. I think it's because it was more interactive. That it made the Xbox home screen, or I guess you could say menu, whatever you want to call it, it was the best out of the three because it just felt more alive, I guess you could say. Like the PlayStation 1 was neat. It was neat, but that's really... It didn't stand out. It was kind of... I don't want to say boring, but like there's just something like it just didn't compare. There was something about the sound effect of the Xbox, the fact that there was more to it, and just the whole vibe of it was just better. Whereas the PlayStation had like this almost sleek dystopian kind of feeling to it. I don't really know how else to put it.
I totally can see how you can find it creepy or eerie, especially if you didn't grow up with these consoles. During the next generation, though, boot up screens were way quieter and calmer, so I doubt anyone really was creeped out by any of this, nor have I ever heard of anyone being scared of the Wii's, the PS3, or the Xbox 360's boot up, so why don't we just go back a bit further into the past, back to the days where Sega had some sort of weird fetish for creepy shit. Okay, so you might know where I'm going with this. Yep, the Sega CD error sound. If you don't know what that is, or what I'm talking about, well, refer back to when I was talking about how most kids were idiots when it came to CDs. See, Sega knew
Actually, this was before my time, so I don't know anything about the Sega CD. Before we get into this, though, we are going to take a quick break while I use the restroom. While we do that, let's see if we can get this up. Yeah, screw it. Yep, we will be right back as I go and use the restroom. And we are back. If you are just joining us, welcome to Late Night Toast, the new late night talk show, radio, whatever you want to call it, where we sit here, we watch some YouTube videos, we take calls in from the guests over on Discord, and we just kind of chat about whatever you want to talk about. If you're just joining us in, welcome. Right now we are watching the GooseBoose Traumathon Trilogy Compilation, and just kind of going over the different horror stuff that we all, we all experienced different versions of as a kid. And with that, we are back to the main show. Not even the main.
Sega CD, they wanted to ensure that kids weren't fiddling around with their games by putting it into boom boxes or car radios or CD players by playing this horrifying message.
Warning, this disc is for use with a Sega CD system only.
That's not discomforting at all.
This disc contains CD-ROM data and is not for audio use. Please press
if you're
stop
just joining
on
us and you want to hear
now.
or join on the conversation, just hop on over to the Discord and
This disc
check us
contains
out.
CD-ROM data that may damage your audio system. Please stop playing this disc
We're going to
immediately.
fast forward through this, though.
Yeah, I really just don't get it. Like, seriously, was that necessary? I guess in the same vein that the EAS alarms were supposed to keep you alert and aware, this is supposed to jolt you back into your dumb 10-year-old senses and not put CDs into the wrong devices. But at the same time, was that wacky guitar solo in the background really necessary? And keep in mind, the 90s kind of sent you mixed messages about what to do with video game discs. Sega hated the ideas of kids just fucking around with their games, so they put that scary warning into any radio or the audio of the game disc whenever you try putting it into some sort of audio player. But consoles like PS1 and even the Dreamcast sometimes offered some pretty cool Easter eggs or bonus soundtracks that are otherwise not found in the game.
As you can see, this is a PlayStation Black Disc. Cut number 1 contains computer data, so please don't play it. But you probably won't listen to me anyway, will you?
That's a pretty cool little Easter egg right there. I wish more like games would do fun Easter eggs like that now. I also wish that physical copies of games were a more common medium to get your games. But no, unfortunately, we don't get that anymore. And physical media is not the norm. And people just don't do Easter eggs like they used to. And it upsets me and I hate it.
What do you think you're doing? This is a Dreamcast disc.
There is game data on track 1, so please don't use this disc in a normal CD player.
We can't save the world from a CD player, so just put us back in the Dreamcast so we can do our job.
So, that's pretty cool, but don't fuck with Sega. They hate that shit. Although, to be fair, if you're actually morbidly curious about what happens when you play a CD on track 1, and it's a video game CD, well, this happens. Yeah, I don't even know which one's worse, the Sega CD one or the horrible screeching cryptid screaming. Maybe
the cryptid screeching is definitely the worst of the two. I would say that mostly because that is just an assault on the ears, whereas the voice is unsettling, like right out the gate. If that makes sense.
Maybe I'll take the warning over the screaming any day, though depending on who you asked, that's not nearly as creepy as what Sega did with Sonic CD.
I remember when I was younger, this videos about this sound and all this would make rounds on the internet. I saw, I don't know how many, like, Tad's Tops 10 and other, like, horrifying Easter eggs in game videos that talked about this specifically. And for the longest time, I didn't think it was a real thing until, or I shouldn't say I didn't think it was a real thing. It just terrified me. It made me so uncomfortable. It scared me so fucking much. It's still, like, I still don't like looking at that Sonic face. There's... Just why? Why would you put this in your game?
Everyone knows about this, but if you don't really know why there's creepy Japanese text with a creepy old Sonic in the background and creepy music playing, well, essentially when Sonic CD came out, the devs decided to have a bit of fun by adding in the secret sound test. Pretty much every game in the 90s had a secret sound test hidden in the game, and I'm not really sure why it was hidden. I heard somewhere it was to test the audio and whether or not the music played correctly. I mean, hence the phrase sound test, sure, of course. But I really think that it was just a way for the devs to enjoy some of the tunes while they programmed the levels and everything like that. Though this sound test found in Sonic CD was a bit different from the rest, as it's hidden away a few secrets within this secret. See, if you input certain values on the sound test, you'll get access to a few cute and funny images, and I heard some people were creeped out by this one image right here.
That's like some kind of weird... If you didn't tell me that came from the game, I would say that's some kind of weird Sonic Batman crossover fan art. But like, the rest of them were pretty neat and cute, but like this one just screams like DeviantArt edgelord.
Here, that's sort of like a weird tribute to Batman, but I always thought it was kind of funny. Just to see Sonic all buffed up and dark and gritty like Batman. Yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of funny to me. But then of course we have this. When translated, the text in Japanese says, "Fun is infinite with Sega Enterprises, Madzin," or Majin. Majin is the nickname of Masato Nishimura, one of the landscape designers for the game. Now, I'm not really sure if his intent was to creep out little kids, but if it wasn't, he did a terrible job. Now, I've actually been told about this screen, and it was supposedly a sort of anti-piracy measure, and that's something that I've been hearing since last year's Traumathon, but I've never really found any evidence of this being true. I've always heard about this being just a...
No, the only thing I've ever heard continuously about that page, is it was just some weird thing hidden in the game. There's been no explanation. I've never heard an explanation as to why it's there, though.
Creepy little Easter egg ever since 10 years ago. It's only just recently that I've been hearing people say that it's an anti-piracy image, which probably has to do with the fact that it's just sort of a niche group of people who love making creepy anti-piracy fakes. Now that might seem like a good segue over to the next stuff that I want to talk about, which was anti-piracy screens, which there are plenty of them, and ever since last year, thanks to your guys' help and my research, I've actually found way more that are way creepier. But unfortunately, I think I'm gonna have to end it here. There is going to be another anti-piracy this year in Traumathon, but I think if I were to add those, oh man, this video would be way longer than I really wanted it to be. So I think I'm just gonna end it here for now. I know, there's a ton more spooky kill screens and boot up error screens that I haven't even mentioned quite yet, but I'd figure with most of them, I'd want to save for future Traumathon videos, like game over screens. Yes, I'll talk about the Diddy Kong scary game over screen soon, but this video is fast forward a little bit. Screen that I'm quarter of the way there, folks. We got a ton more. By now, most of you must have seen my Goosebumps video for Traumathon. If you haven't, go ahead and watch it by clicking on the top right of the screen or just by looking it up. I really liked that video, but honestly, it didn't start off as a Goosebumps video, but rather as a frame of reference for the other thing that I really wanted to talk about. See, apparently over in the UK, only the first season of Goosebumps was ever released to VHS, with some of the episodes actually missing. I'm not really sure if this is true or not, but I'm having a difficult time finding out any sort of info on this. What I do know is true is that the original 32 books didn't even feature any of Tim Jacobus's artwork. That's just sad.
That is depressing.
If only the UK had their own special little niche of horror made specifically for kids. Something made with that old British charm they're so well known for. Hey, wait, what's that? Why, it's Grisly Tales for Gruesome Kids, a book series made in 1990 preceding Goosebumps by 2 whole years. Known commonly as just Grisly Tales, it was a series of books written by Jamie Ricks that served as cautionary tales for naughty children.
These are some... There's something about this art style that was like super common in the 80s and 90s that is just super unsettling to me, and I don't like it. Like, it's... I just don't like that art style as a whole, but we're going to fast forward through this segment.
First started off the series.
I haven't changed much, would I?
Which animation style was used. Some are pretty ridiculous, and Goosebumps were dialogue only laugh. You agree with the series really must be everyone and their grandma. The horrors. Possibly one of the greatest, if not most fascinating indie horrors ever made, Yume Nikki. I'll probably keep this short just because I think everyone and their grandmother has already had their say about this game, and so there's really not much I can add, but this game is just a classic. It's really hard to believe that this game was made 16 years ago. Yes, 16 years ago. Cave Story came out just about a few months later. I mean, that's crazy, really. So what is Yume Nikki, and why is it such a big deal? Well, to ask what Yume Nikki is kind of a tricky question. It's a game where you play as a...
Yume Nikki is a fever dream, that's what it is. And it's one of those things that's so... The conversation around Yume Nikki is far more interesting than the game itself, I guess you could say. And it's just so... like, the interpretations and the deep dives and the mystique around it is what makes this game stand out, if you ask me.
There's a hikikomori named Marotsuki. Hikikomoris in Japan are basically shut-ins. They pursue a life of extreme isolation, rarely ever talking to anyone outside their rooms and pretty much never leaving. The reason I mention this is because that's just who Marotsuki is, a young girl with major issues leaving her room, and while we explore her dreams, we can get a glimpse as to why she's like this and possibly some of the things she suffered through. See, the whole game takes place inside her head, never once revealing who her parents are or why exactly she's like this. There are 12 doors that lead to a multitude of worlds, but they're not necessarily levels. To say one door leads to, like, the ice level or the fire level would be egregious, mainly due to the fact that while one door might lead to a place where it rains all the time, that does not mean this world's theme is just rain. Rather, this room's theme is rain. Because before you know it, you might find a different door within this room that'll lead you to some blood-red maze full of creepy girls or a room full of cubes. Yeah, these rooms don't really make sense, like, at all. But why would they? You're in a dream, after all. Rhyme or reason is not something dreams are known to portray. But what is portrayed in these rooms can sometimes lead into something deeper, perhaps even something darker. First and foremost, you have to keep in mind that there is no dialogue in this game whatsoever. There's never once a cutscene where Marotsuki gets called fat or taunted or anything like that. You just have these images and these strange events to interpret from, but even...
Honestly, I've never played Yume Nikki from start. I've played all of, like, maybe 20, I think I'm like 20 minutes logged into it on Steam. I was never able to figure it out, and it's one of those games I want to play so badly, but I cannot grasp it, like grasp the gameplay mechanics of it. We're going to fast forward through talking about Yume Nikki, though. As upsetting as that is, I know. Still Yume Nikki. Silent Hill 2.
Have always been stellar. Well, I mean, most of the time. And anybody who tries nowadays is only a
And
pale
if you're
imitator.
just joining us,
and if you still question
welcome.
my definition of master.
If you're just joining us, welcome to Late Night Toast, the inaugural episode where we're watching some childhood Traumathon, and we're taking in calls over on the Discord. So by all means, go ahead, give us a join, tell us what you want to talk about, and we just might let you on the air. Obviously, we are swimming in the calls right now. We are just drowning and needing people. I'm sorry, I'm messing with something real quick. Hang on. Oh, I'm already...
Masterpiece. Keep in mind, Ocarina of Time, largely considered a masterpiece by many, was at the time questioned by some as to whether or not it is a masterpiece just because it didn't have voice acting.
Yeah, he called me into his office and basically just tried to poke holes in it over and over again in a way that...
That is a conversation I've never understood, determining whether or not a game is good because of voice... Like, voice acting doesn't make a game good. In fact, sometimes it can make it worse. Case in point, Fallout 4. But you don't need voice acting in order to tell a good story. I think a good example of that would be Papers, Please. And it's... I don't really know how else to put it. Like, you just... You just don't need you don't need dialogue in order to make your game good, I guess you could say. You don't need to have like an actual conversation. If doing text box does not make your game bad.
At the time, I thought was actually really frustrating because it was, he was saying, like, this game doesn't have voice acting. How can you say the sound's a 10? This is when we were scoring on component scores.
So it was, what was this?
This was
Sound,
graphics, gameplay, sound, value, and reviewers tilt. And so he just sat there and kind of poked holes like, wouldn't it be better if it had voice acting? Wouldn't it be better if it had this? And I was like, well, you know, the standards of the console, all this other stuff, like if these are the policies that we review by, absolutely not. This is a sound 10 all the way. And he kind of grilled me on it for a while, and then at the end of it went, all right, if that's what you want to do, which was actually the worst thing he could have said. Like,
The way we view these mediums change, but I believe the impact they make speaks in volumes than how they age. I really adore Silent Hill 2 and I'll sing its praise forever, yet there's one aspect of the game that I truly wish to focus on, and that is the monster design. See, Silent Hill monster designs have always been stellar.
We're going to fast forward
most of the time.
bit.
Each monster has a purpose, and they aren't just made just for gameplay mechanics. The scariest monsters we have in life are our own guilts and sins, haunting us forever, never leaving us alone, and always tormenting us.
We're gonna
pass me by in the.
Okay.
Growing up, I got to see a lot of things pass me by in the world of horror. For example, I didn't grow up with Friday the 13th, but I was around when Jason X came out, and I wasn't there for the original Halloween, but I did get to see H2O, which is terrible.
It's weird because I'm kind of in the same boat. I remember watching Jason X when I was a kid, and I remember seeing ads for it when it came out, along with Freddy vs. Jason. I remember more Freddy vs. Jason, which was my first introduction to Freddy, who's now like my favorite horror character. However, what was I going? Halloween. I remember the first thing I remember seeing for Halloween ever was the Rob Zombie remakes, which for some reason my parents were not cool with me watching. Like they let my brother, like grandma, well, my sister was about 5 years older than me, so it was understandable why they let her watch it. Not cool with letting me watch it though, for some reason. But I don't even know. I'm on the same thing though. Like I missed a lot of these characters when they were like in their height. But Jason movies also aren't very good, if you ask me. They're all very formulaic and just kind of boring, I guess you could say. I don't know. I don't like the Friday the 13th movies.
Please don't watch it. God, I'm serious, don't watch it. So this sort of formed into jealousy. Jealous that I didn't grow up to see these kinds of horror movies and the legacy that they were building, just sort of the aftermath and kind of the collapse. Nowadays, I don't really have to look any further for these movies, as every other year, these once horror classics are being rebooted time and time again into something lesser. Well, sometimes it can work, but it'll never be the original. So as a teen, I went to my local DVD store.
What was I trying to? I completely forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the Halloween sequel reboot things they came out with a couple years ago. I think a huge issue with those movies, because if you don't know, they ignore all of the Halloween movies except for the first one, but they still treat Michael Myers like he is the menace, like basically the legacy he has from all the other movies combined is how he should be treated. Which, don't get me wrong, because a big part of it is Jamie Lee Curtis, her character has kind of been stockpiling, and she was traumatized from and has been preparing for his return, which makes sense for her character. But then everyone else treats him like he is this pinnacle demon, even though he only did one night of terror, which I can't get past that.
Or went online to search for some horror movies, but not the contemporary ones everyone else knew. The ones that I could keep to myself, something that I can personally enjoy and know that it can't have been ruined by its reputation because it never had one in the first place. This is how I found out about Sleepaway Camp. Often considered a Friday the 13th knockoff, the movie stars a young girl and boy named Angela and Ricky respectively heading off to summer camp. It starts off by showing us some past trauma that Angela faced as a little girl when her father and brother were caught up in a fatal boating accident caused by negligible teens of the same camp she's going to. From here onwards, we see that the two of them get into some camp shenanigans like water fights, volleyball, swimming.
So I've not seen this movie. I guess spoiler warning if you don't, if you want to watch it. But I do agree with the sentiment about wanting to find niche horror films that weren't ruined by franchising, I guess you could say. So I like horror movies. I do. I really enjoy a good scary movie. But I'm also weird in that I believe there is no such thing as a bad horror movie. Because if you ask me, you either have a well-made, actually scary horror movie with a good story. A few examples off the top of my head are the original Nightmare on Elm Street, the first, what do you call it? It's going blank. Movies about the Warrens. It's not The Exorcist. Well, yeah, the original Exorcist. The Conjuring, like the first Conjuring. Saw. You have these movies that are actually well made. They're decent movies on their own, and they're actually scary. And then you have movies that are just so incompetently poorly made that they're not scary. They're just so incompetent that they're comedies. They're so cheap. They're so bad. They're just funny to watch. Very rarely do you have horror movies that don't fit one of those two things. The only one I can name off the top of my head that does, actually two I can name that do fit that are just so bad I didn't think they were comedies and they were just bad movies overall, were The Curse of La Llorona and The Nun. Oh, and the Grudge movie that came out in 2020. That also. That was just forgettable, honestly, like completely. I don't remember anything about that movie aside from the fact that I just didn't like it, and it just wasn't very good.
Baseball. Oh my God, what are you wearing? Jeez, man, they're kids. Cover up. Well, I guess this was back when this sort of thing was more accepted and less viewed as creepy, or dare I say it, gay. Ooh.
I'm not gonna lie, 80s fashion needs to make a comeback. Like, drip like this needs to become the norm again.
Ooh. But
bring back short shorts.
There's a problem with this camp, and that problem is, you guessed it, someone's killing off the campers and the staff. Now, who could it be, I wonder? Can't possibly be that one girl with the traumatic past that constantly gets bullied and sexually harassed. Nah, that can't be it. Maybe it's that cousin of hers. Surely a woman can't possibly have the gall or strength that a boy has in order to kill all these campers. Ooh, what if it's a twist and both of these kids are a red herring? Yeah, needless to say, the movie is a bit of a poor whodunit story, as it's immediately obvious what's going on here, despite the many quote-unquote misdirections. Although, to the film's credit, it is a pretty enjoyable flick. And it's kind of weird, yet understandable that people call this a simple poor man's Friday the 13th. The only thing linking these two films together is the fact that they're both taking place in a camp setting. Other than that, I think I really failed to see the connection, though I don't doubt that this was inspired heavily by Friday the 13th. I do think it's an enjoyable film, but nothing too special, but definitely not worth the scathing criticism that it received back then. The deaths are pretty grisly, and the special effects were pretty stellar. Check out this guy's blisters. They're actually pulsating as he screams. I mean, that's awesome. Also, there's this one scene where one of the camp counselors leaves a bunch of kids behind.
I've heard
so
of
that
this
he could
movie,
just drive.
and I know it's twist ending, because it's kind of iconic for its twist ending. That's like what made this movie stand out in the years to come. So it's weird that he says that like it's not memorable.
Two other kids back to camp, and when he comes back, all the kids are dead. It's brutal, especially considering that these were like 8 to 10-year-olds, not your average teenager, which in movie standards were sometimes casted by 20 to 30-year-olds. God, the guilt this guy must have felt. I mean, I tell you, I really feel it. It makes my heart sink. There are other pretty good deaths too, but I think I'll save them for any of you who are curious enough to watch. I know most of you will ignore my warning at the beginning that has spoiler alert, so I'll intentionally leave out some major deaths and scenes.
Alright, we're going to fast forward a little bit through the rest of this
movie, so this is a rarity. Most of the videos made thus far were either suggested by viewers this year or last year,
or they're just things that I'd figure most of us would be scared of. It also gives me an excuse to sometimes to just dive deep into horror topics I'd otherwise never get the chance to talk about. Though there are some things that I'd love to talk about with you that I personally was affected by, so I hope I'm not being selfish today, but I want to talk about something that gave me nightmares, a movie that terrified me throughout my childhood that I thought for the longest time never existed. See, when I was a kid, my sister told me about this movie she saw with her friends one night. You know, she just came back home from, going around town, hanging out and just chilling with them. And when she came back, well, she gave me in detail about this horror movie that really scared the crap out of her. Apparently, in this movie, there's these group of friends that got to some, museum or something like that. It's some place with weird artifacts or displays of some sorts.
Sorry, I'm not saying anything because I'm invested in trying to figure out what this movie is. I'm curious.
One of these artifacts just so happened to be a mask that possessed evil powers, but unbeknownst to the gang, one of the friends took down the mask and pretended to wear it, acting all silly and trying to creep her friends out. The curator, or the owner of the museum, stops them and scolds the young girl and forces her to take off the mask. But as she does, a piece of her flesh tears off, and the mask's hooks clings onto her cheek and just tears it off. She screams out in pain and throws the mask at the man. Aside from it hurting her, she didn't think much of it until that night where she began to feel sick and starts feeling off. She begins to vomit and grow sicker and sicker as her skin gets paler and parts of her flesh starts falling off. Then, as her symptoms worsen, she ultimately dies and comes back to life as a zombie and begins feeding on her friends and the people around her, turning them into zombies, and ultimately it ends with the movie having a whole zombie army chasing down the main characters, which there's only 2 or 3 left. I really don't know anything about this movie, nor if the movie even existed. Remember, what I just described was a description from my sister. I can't remember if I ever actually watched the flick or not, though I do remember certain scenes vividly, though this may be just caused by my vivid imagination when I was younger. I had nightmares about this movie a ton, and I really can't tell you why. Something about masks turning one person into some monster and infecting others, essentially creating a pandemic that kills almost the entire population of this town. I mean, that freaked me out as a kid, and I really couldn't get it out of my mind for a long time. I even had some dreams, and probably the same dream over and over.
Nice. See, because I don't know if he's going to actually show this movie. He was able to find this movie or not. I hope he was, because I'm invested. I am curious. Also, if you're just joining the show, welcome, and as always, join the Discord. We are accepting calls and conversations about anything and everything here on this lovely Monday night. We are, of course, watching Late Night Toast.
Again, of my sister putting on the mask and turning herself into a zombie, and eventually it changed from my sister wearing a mask to my friends, class.
Also, if you've never played it, World War Z is a phenomenal game. Really, just in terms of this era of Left 4 Dead successors, it is up there as one of the best Left 4 Dead inspired games, I guess you could say.
Mates, teachers, and past exes. I'm telling you, it really fucked me up, and to this day I don't even really know what my sister was talking about, but every now and again I still remember it and I try to look it up. I've asked her a few times before, but it was so long ago that she can't even remember what she was talking about. First and foremost, I had to look for a movie that came out before the year 2000 because that was around the time she told me about this film, and it was the last time we lived in New Jersey. My memory of the film was a little foggy, but I definitely remember her telling me this when we lived in New Jersey in that one apartment. I also really doubt it was a movie shown in theaters because I'm pretty sure she didn't go to a theater that night. There was a Blockbuster just about 2 blocks away from where we lived, and the theater was almost a city away, so I really don't think any of her friends who were around 14 to 15 years old could really drive them all the way over there. So either this was a straight to VHS film, or more likely a movie that came out in the theaters during the 1990s or the 80s. It was on VHS, so it had to be either one. At first, I had assumed it was one of the Living Dead films by George Romero, but none of them were about a mask turning people undead. But then I thought, well, what if it wasn't a movie about turning people undead, but into something else? What if it were a movie about masks instead? I googled it at the time, and I got nothing. absolutely nothing. This was around 2010, 2011.
We're gonna fast forward a little bit.
10 times scarier than what it could probably show. And I mean, sure, it fucked me up for some years, but honestly, I love creepy stuff.
I'm sorry, hang on.
That
I think you actually found it.
It's not available on YouTube in all its glory, for Christ's sake. I still haven't watched it to this day. It's not because I'm afraid of it or anything, but I feel like it'd be muddying up something that I really cherished for a long time. In my mind, this film is already 20 times scarier than what it could probably show.
Oh yeah,
and I mean, sure,
he did find it. It's called Demons. I'm going to have to watch that at some point later on when I'm not streaming.
Sure, it fucked me up for some years, but honestly, I love creepy stuff. It's why I do Traumathon. I love to explore scary media or anything unnerving. It's what fuels me, and it's the inspiration that I draw from. If I were to spoil something that haunted me for years and found out that it's not as spooky, maybe corny, and probably just shitty, then I think it'd just ruin me more than if I were to just...
I know exactly what he's talking about, because that is a feeling I've felt and I have experienced with media. Like the key example is Friday the 13th. Like those, you see Jason and you just know that he's an unstoppable force with a hockey mask, and it's terrifying. Like that, he looks horrifying. But then you go and you actually watch those old movies, and it's like, wow, these are not scary at all. He is not that imposing. Like, it's super easy to get away from him. Obviously, it's easy to say that when you're watching a movie. But that's a very valid reason to not want to watch something, if you ask me. Because you really don't want to ruin that mystique and that, like, myth you've built around it, I guess you could say. And I know that same feeling is what I had for Day of the Dead, which is the third movie in George Romero's zombie trilogy. Because for years I tried so hard to find a copy of it to watch. Could not find it anywhere. I had seen a few remakes of it. I had seen videos talking about it, but could never actually find the movie. And then I did finally watch it, and I was kind of disappointed with it. Like, I had seen Night of the Living Dead, I had seen Dawn of the Dead, and then by the time I was able to see Day of the Dead, I was really disappointed with it. And because I had built this idea of what it was supposed to be, and it just didn't live up to that hype, I guess you could say.
Stay curious. And even if it were better than I thought, I still cherish the memory that I have in my mind because, again, my imagination is vivid and wild, and whatever I can think of is probably scarier to me because it hits me personally than what this movie could probably show. It's kind of like my purpose now, and if I were to lose that, then what am I think who was accidentally encased by this chocolate mold by Willy Wonka, and honestly, it's kind of scary the way it's described. Like, he can't see or hear or feel anything, and Wonka just sort of forget.
Completely out of pocket, but commercials from the 2000s had no reason being as weird and unsettling as they were. Like, this is from an Axe body spray commercial. I remember specifically because it was the chocolate scented body spray, and it was just so unnecessary for no fucking reason.
It's about Charlie as he's encased in this mold and nobody can hear him, nobody can find him, and like it's really disturbing. But that version wasn't made, sadly, due to the horrible things that were happening with Roald Dahl's own children. His 4-month-old was sadly ran over by a cab as his nanny was negligent of the stroller that she was carrying, and his daughter eventually developed measles that sadly proved to be fatal. This proved to be Roald Dahl's most difficult years, and this eventually led to him creating Charlie and the Chocolate Factory as a way to escape his heartbreak and mental anguish. As tragic as that story is, you can really see how Willy Wonka's Chocolate Factory and Willy Wonka himself are sort of symbolic of Roald Dahl's personality, or rather, someone he would want to be. Someone who can overcome anything and do whatever he wants and have any miracle machine to help those in need or to make those people around him happy. And through Roald Dahl's hard work and effort and pouring his absolute heart and soul into this book, we have the wonderful creation that is Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. It was a creative novel with vivid descriptions and a whimsical setting.
We're just
It was
gonna
a
jump
hit
to a
amongst
random
kids
point in the
and adults
video.
alike, so naturally a film would be made of the book, and naturally the author would hate it. The story tells of a boy and spooky images from around the web coming soon. Next time we'll explore some of the worst images found online that scared the crap out of us, whether they came from creepypasta or some other outlet.
That
So
I did not expect to come into that picture. And that was I had to take a second real quick because that scared the fuck out of me. That little kid. I don't want to scooch back to it because that really did scare me.
Last year I made a video on creepypastas and how truly unscary they are. And by no means am I retracting that statement, but I kind of failed to acknowledge some of the scarier parts of creepypastas, and that's the images themselves. While yes, plenty of the
90% of the creepypasta's horror did come from the pictures attached to them. Like, it's the only reason Jeff the Killer stayed relevant. That was, you know, the mystery behind where some of these pictures came from. Like, that was it. That was the image attached is the only thing that made them unsettling.
These stories are either a bore or just straight up cringy. Some of them excel solely because of their haunting visages. Look no further than the ever so famous Jeff the Killer, a story that's only half as good as its image. Seriously, this
I wouldn't even say half as good. I would say like an nth of a percent as good. Like the original Jeff the Killer story is only good as something to laugh at.
Image is the reason this urban legend has ever gained any sort of traction. Without it, we're left with an edgelord story with no substance or reason, but I've talked about Jeff the Killer way too many times now. Instead, let's jump over to some of the ones that I've left out, the stories that, while not good on their own, definitely can give you nightmares simply for what they contain. Now, there is the Big Daddy that we can't ignore, but I can. Sorry, I'll be mentioning him later on in this month, just not now. For now, let's get talking about one of the more notorious cryptids and images associated with that cryptid, the Rake. I'm not really familiar with the Rake at all, but I have heard about it around, pretty much everywhere. It's essentially a very thin creature that moves on all fours and attacks humans just because. Honestly, the photo itself never scared me. It's just always seemed like some sort of Photoshop.
See, this picture right here is why, like I said earlier, the Rake will become a cryptid. It will stand in the same presence and environment as a like modern day cryptids, and it was it is a modern cryptid essentially, because it's got that same level as like Bigfoot pictures, or that famous picture of like the swamp ape. Like, hang on, let me pull it up. Yeah, like this picture right here. Like the picture of the what do you call it? The Rake is on par with like these pictures of the Florida swamp ape that for some reason it's just showing me fan art of. Yeah, like this one right here. Like it's same level of energy. Same level of creep.
Image, and of course that's exactly what it is. I'm not really sure why I can't really find this photo of the Rake scary. I guess just because it's not really that scary to me, at least.
I do think that is peak YouTube clickbait fan art, or not fan art, thumbnail right there, that image, because it's like, oh yeah, creepiest things you'll ever caught on trail cams. Very obviously already visible. Let's blow it up in a red circle, though. Like, you can clearly see this creepy-ass thing that shouldn't be there. We're just going to make sure you see it, though.
Least. Though I'm not going to lie, I love these kinds of photos. They're what you call mock sightings. Photos made to convince you that someone, somewhere, caught evidence of...
I know it's a clown it's probably from the 2016 clown sightings, but because of whatever this little road sign right here, my immediate thought was this is the Clifton Bunny Man.
Something supernatural. You see it all the time, whether it be Bigfoot, Slenderman, or even the Rake. They're always creepy, yet so interesting. Some people even make art out of just making creepy fake encounters. None are more famous than Trevor Henderson, who actively seeks creepy or old photos and adds his own monsters in them. He's also the mind behind Siren Head, so, you know, that's cool. He's honestly really incredible, so if you thought that the Rake was scary, seriously, check out his art. The link will be in the description. The Russian Sleep Experiment is one of those stories that everyone's heard of, but nobody read. Yet it's
false. I have read it. It's actually a really good creepypasta. It's one of the few from that era that still holds up and is still a good story. Just because I think it's because it has a historical setting to it. And this image is creepy. But it's definitely one of those ones that I would recommend. Like, if you've never read creepypastas and you want to get into it, or at least you want to get into the classics, it's definitely the first one I would recommend you go and try to either read or find a recording of, audiobook, narration, whatever you want to call it.
Possibly one of the more interesting stories with, of course, one of the scarier images. There's this human-looking creature looking to its side, arms all wrapped up, and its face being visibly distorted and exaggerated. I gotta be honest though, there is something funny about this image, and that's the fact that it really has nothing to do with the story at all. Which I should mention is one of the few creepypastas that I acknowledge.
Now, all these other images he's showing, I've never seen those associated with this story. Hang on. Like this, I don't know where this came from. I don't know what this is from, but I'm curious.
Do with the story at all. Which I should mention is one of the few creepypastas that I acknowledge to be one of the more interesting ones, yet still poorly written. It's basically just about a bunch of Russian shenanigans ensuing, featuring evil Russian scientists experimenting with this drug that'll make their soldiers never sleep. Then it turns out, hey, humans actually act like fucking crazy people when they don't get their beauty rest. The soldiers kill each other, they kill themselves, they come back to life, they take out their own organs and die 5 days later. Anyways, the story might be mixed up, but the image is terrifying. Where is it from, actually? Well, it's not human, if you can believe that, though if you were to believe that this is somehow a real human being other than some sort of Halloween prop, then you'd probably be the type to believe that the Russians...
Funnily enough, that picture is of a Halloween prop, but I'm sure he's about to get into that.
Sleep experiment was based on a true story, which it's not. But the prop is not on a true story. It's a real prop is what I mean. Anyways, it was created by Morbid Enterprises. They've made a ton of Halloween props, including the Spasm prop, which is the exact prop used for the image that spearheaded the Russian sleep experiment as one of the creepier creepypasta stories.
Funnily enough, I actually remember seeing those sold in stores when I was a kid, or at least something very similar to it.
Ever made, despite it not being very good. P.S. There are other images often associated with this story, but they're pretty much nonsensical and often don't coincide with the story. Plus, this one was the most famous one, so yeah. Then there's this photo, taken from the Mario creepypasta. Which one? Well, just the one called Mario. Yeah, it's not really a creative title, but the story tells of a boy who plays a hacked ROM version of Super Mario World. Bunch of spooky things happen.
No, it's... because I don't know if he's right about that or not, because I know it's from a Mario creepypasta, but I'm pretty sure that image came from a... what do you call it? A 4chan posting, or I might be thinking of a different one. Fun fact, though, for the longest time, people didn't know where that image came from, but they recently found the source image to it. And it is literally just some, girl that did cosplay in the year, I think it was, early 2000s.
Some cryptic messages occur, and at the end of the creepypasta, the boy is given this image on his desktop that is titled Victim Number 1. Now, as creepy as the story is, the image itself is actually way creepier, and I remember it being one of the first creepypastas that ever scared me, and possibly one of the first ones I've ever read. I remember being rather creeped out by the fact that the writer would mention random sound files playing on his desktop. The ROM of the hack itself actually does exist, but I think it's not really available anywhere. I mean, it's been 10 years. Maybe it's still there.
Also, if you're joining us on the Late Night Toast, welcome, and by all means, join the Discord. Give us a call in. We are always open to hearing what you have to say.
Maybe it's not. I don't know. At any rate, the picture itself has yet to be...
But also, I'm pretty sure that this Mario creepypasta is the one by Slime Beast that was written as a shitpost that was actually just ended up being really good. People thought was a genuine effort when he was just nah, he did it to just highlight how bad video game creepypastas are.
solved. Yet if we were to take the story seriously, then this is a photo of someone who has possibly been murdered. It's most likely not, yet the fact that nobody knows the origins of this photo still creeps me out.
Like I said, it was like a month or two, like within the last like 3 months, they actually found the original source of this image. Hang on, let's see if we can find it. Image origin. Yeah. Yeah, right here. They did find it. Even confirmed it. Yeah, see, this is right here. They did find the original source image, and it is of a cosplayer.
And really, the photo itself is so indistinguishable that it's hard not to be scared by it. I don't know, it sort of resembles a Harlequin baby, which I really seriously do not recommend Googling if you're not into, you know, gory or gross or scary images, because that one's one of the worst, and it's real life. So yeah, don't look up Harlequin baby, but it really does look like one. I don't know, but there's something about this photo that looks oddly familiar, and I wish I could put my finger on it, but I just can't tell where it's from.
That deep fried image is still not what I like to look at.
Speaking of which, this image. I've seen this image float around a couple of times, but I never knew where
I don't
it's
want to
from.
look at that.
Apparently, it's from the story called Liars, which I will admit, it's a bit too recent for my liking. On Traumathon, I like to cover things that are from 10 years ago at least. So
yeah, I'm not
this
looking
is
at
from 2012. It's a little past the deadline for Traumathon, but I'll make an exception just because I like the image. The story is about a boy who gets horribly disfigured by a bunch of bullies, and as an act of revenge, they both had them. Just recordings are really grisly, and they feature the tortures and the murders of these bullies that he has. But the only frame that we're allowed to see is this one. It's an admittedly creepy picture, but it's not real. Apparently, the origin of the photo, or the screen cap, if you want to call it that, came from the experimental band Liars. Oh, wait, isn't the story named Liars? Who cares? Anyways, the music video itself is raw, it's weird, it's low quality, and
we're gonna fast forward through this one.
Squidward suicide, or Suicide Squid, as I used to call it. I think we all know the story by now, but to summarize, well, an intern working for Nickelodeon was told, for some reason...
We're gonna fast forward through this one also, because...
The episode...
Who cares about Squidward?
Nor talk about. It's shocking, and a bit too shocking for YouTube, I'd say. At any rate, one of the more creepier aspects of the story is the suicide images. Still looking at it, and I gotta be honest, it's definitely not one of my favorite images.
It's a little boring.
My girlfriend still gets creeped out by this one, as do some others, and you know, I do get uncomfortable looking at it, especially when you stare at it long enough. Obviously, it's a heavily edited photo of just Squidward, and it does the job well. I mean, to be creepy, sure. But, you know something? This reminds me of Bart's suicide, which I feel goes hand in hand with Squidward's suicide. And I can't mention that without mentioning Bart's suicide. Well, I mean, it's the same old story.
I was about to say, yeah, because I remember Dead Bart and Squidward suicide were really the first two Lost episode ones that kind of made headway, kind of set the vibe, if you will. Neither story is good, though. And Dead Bart really... aged itself with the ending of the tombstones and all that.
It's just dumber, and it's a lost episode or something like that. Honestly, from what I remember, I just remember it being like a fan who was very interested about this lost episode called Bart's Suicide. I don't know how he learned, but there's an episode called Bart's Suicide, and he goes directly to Matt Groening about it. And
that is how the story opens, and it's just so bad. It's a terrible setup.
When he did, Matt Groening cried uncontrollably at the mention of Bart's suicide, and he wrote down on a piece of paper while crying, I'm not making this up, seriously, I remember it clear as day, he gave him a website or some download link or something, some bullshit, and he allows him to watch it, but all the while he's like, hey, please don't watch it, it's horrible, oh god, it's so spooky, and then he just drove away. Like, what the fuck? Sure. Anyways, the Bart suicide episode is pretty much the same, just scary noises, Bart dies, images of death. The only difference is that apparently this episode predicts the deaths of actors both new and old, as well as just well-known figures like Bush or Queen Elizabeth.
There's no real image that's often associated with Bart's suicide, but there are many creepy images that pop up when you look up that story. Oh, right. We also can't mention that
Dead
without
Bart was
also mentioning Suicide Mouse.
Well,
Same
that's
spooky shit
yeah.
has been
We're
the
fast forwarding
video.
through some of these.
I knew that used that screen.
Suicide Mouse is also a bad one, though. It is not the best story. See, we're gonna jump a little more.
From hell, like it is so disturbing. The background noise is absolutely.
Oh, this is just talking about Nanako. Great. Oh, here we go. Talking about the Blair Witch.
To use up your allowance on confectionaries and movies. We got this movie, that movie. Oh, that looks promising. Oh, this might be fun. Man, what a wide array.
99 was a good year for film. I don't care what anyone says. You had a lot of good movies that came out in 99.
Of good movies, but wait, what's that? Huh? Oh, that doesn't look like a movie at all. What is it, a documentary? It looks more like a home movie or something. Wait, it's based on a real event? The Blair Witch Project.
I love the Blair Witch Project, and I know the Blair Witch Project is one of those movies that you either love it for the horror, or you think it's one of the most boring movies ever. I love it, but I also know quite a bit about what went into the production of it, so that really makes me like it more. And then the idea of it, I feel like it's one of those movies that you cannot fully appreciate unless you were there when it came out. I think I was like 2 when this movie came out, though, so obviously I can't fully appreciate it. But if you don't know, they advertised this movie as real. This was the first, as we know, a found footage movie now. This was the first movie that really did it. And it was advertised as such. In fact, when it was premiering in film festivals, they had a bunch of missing persons flyers posted everywhere with the actors on it. And it worked so well. And it was so popular. I shouldn't say popular. It was so effective, they actually had to take down these flyers. And all the advertising for this movie, nothing said it was fiction. It was all pushed as real. And you didn't know it was fiction until the end of the movie when you saw the credits.
Huh. Whoa. This must be incredible. Well, in a way, yeah, it was incredible. But if you're looking for good old jump scares and scary nuns, well, this ain't the movie for you. See, I know I'm reaching here a bit, but today on Traumathon, I wanted to visit something a bit old and not as talked about, at least not nowadays. The Blair Witch Project was a movie based on 3 filmmakers that allegedly disappeared while making this film. Their footage was found just a few years later, and this is just a recording of what they filmed that day. Like I said, it's not your average.
The thing that makes this movie work so well for what it was obviously all the it had no name actors in it. No one in this movie was known. The other thing that made it work so well was they literally just took those dudes out into the woods, gave them everything they needed, and gave them the cameras, gave them note cards, and the script was a rough outline with very few actual lines, and a lot of it was very improv. The only things that they actually didn't have to carry out with them was their tent, which the production team set up for them, and they had some kind of catering, I think. But they gave them a GPS to go to the major landmarks. There's a point where they go and see a bunch of the stickmen and trees and the house at the end of it. And though they would go and record that, and then like I said, they would give them note cards at the end of the day. They would, all the actors, they would put all the film they collected into a basket, put it outside their tent, along with the batteries. And then the production team would come, they'd grab that, drop off their food, new cameras, or new film, new batteries, and food for the next day. And in that basket with all that in there was note cards. And those note cards would have, basically directions for each of the actors for the next day of filming. The caveat was the actors were not supposed to show what their cards said to each other. And that's why it worked so well, I think, because they really gave them free range to just kind of do whatever they wanted. And unfortunately, you will never get a movie like this made ever again.
horror film. There's no killer in a mask or a spooky leprechaun or ghosts or anything like that, but just people being scared and lost in the woods.
And that's exactly why when I said, you will either love or hate this movie if you have never seen it. Because you never see the witch. You don't even know the witch is actually there. There is no, like, overbearing dread or fear or horror, or like a killer in a mask or anything like that. The movie is just these three people in the woods up until the ending.
For like an hour. No audio or video distortions, no real tangible story either, other than these three filmmakers being lost. None of that really can be found in this film, and yet it grossed over $240 million worldwide with a budget of a shoestring. Well, I mean, in comparison to other movies that came out that year. So why exactly did this dull, dry, seemingly uneventful movie get so popular and become so well known as one of the scariest films of all time? The answer is pretty complicated, but it comes down to a matter of timing. See, there wasn't really anything like the Blair Witch Project at the time. Not really, anyways. They weren't the first ones that created the found footage genre or format. No, that credit goes to Cannibal Holocaust, a disgusting and controversial film that I might take a look at in the next year's Traumathon, or maybe later on in the year. It's also not the first time a movie tried to trick the nation into thinking a film with real people got lost and had their footage found. That too goes to another film by the name of The Last Broadcast, which came out just 1 year prior to the Blair Witch. So, what gives? Well, look no further than the Blair Witch's viral marketing.
So I think another thing that needs to be mentioned about the Blair Witch that makes it stand out from those other two films is Cannibal Holocaust, while it does use the found footage effects, it is very clearly not real in the terms of there's all the found footage aspects are like more or less flashbacks of the research group looking over the found camera footage. And The Last Broadcast is very much a mockumentary setup. And presented much more like a mockumentary or documentary.
As soon as you see this trailer, you're given a website, and in that website, you get a whole nother layer of the movie that seemingly is missing from the film itself. Yeah, it's weird, but the movie actually does so well, mainly because it was telling the story before you watch the movie. A lot of people seem to always talk about the Blair Witch, but everyone always seems to gloss over or glaze over the whole viral marketing scheme, which I feel is far more fascinating than anything found in the movie itself. Not to say the movie is bad or anything, but I mean, that's up for debate. The real show starts prior to the film's release, where the film's crew started talking about the film to locals across America. And I'm not talking about spreading a video online or starting a podcast. I mean, they just literally went to like a diner or a library and talked about the missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch curse with people. Several of them had missing person posters that featured the three main characters. They posted it around the town and gave it to...
And this is why the movie, knowing all of this and knowing that, this was the aspect of, how the movie was promoted, I feel like that just makes the movie better.
Some people, they even shared some of the police photos and the crime scenes, and even convinced local newspapers to publish a story on the three missing filmmakers and the Blair Witch lore. Word spread like wildfire, and it soon became a small urban legend wherever they went. But why stop at real life when there's the whole internet to explore? See, back before Discord chats and whatnot, people had AIM, or AIM if you're an asshole. The marketers behind the project knew very much that these chat rooms and forums were excellent places to stir up bullshit rumors and drama, so they just acted like normal people.
Folks, we have reached our time limit, unfortunately. If you made it this far into the I guess you could say the video posting, if you want to call it that, I really do appreciate it. I hope you can join us next week when we're live. Join the Discord if you would like to, of course, join in on the call, join the broadcast, call in and talk about whatever you want to talk about. This has been Toasty, and this is Late Night Toast signing off. Have a good night. And stay safe out there.